Chapter 81. Twin Calamity Subjugation 11. Brother, the injuries that Brat inflicted upon me, they are not healing, Mirik said, his voice low and dripping with a frustrated anger that seemed to simmer beneath his skin. Zarek narrowed his eyes and looked at his arms. It is true, he replied in a grim tone. The injury left by that bug named Ray refuses to heal as well. I feel tired. It is exhaustion that should not even be possible for a demon like me. He was feeling frustrated over it. But then, Mirik's lips twisted into a cruel smile as his gaze swept across the scene. Everywhere he looked, the bodies of unconscious children lay scattered, their stillness unbroken. His eyes then shifted to Ash, who seemed to be weeping over a girl. A dark, twisted satisfaction curled in Mirik's chest as he observed the destruction. Even so, he murmured, a dark glint in his eyes. Seeing the ruin we've caused, it brings a strange pleasure to my heart. That is true. Now let's kill all of them together and leave. Zarek began to respond, but he never managed to finish his sentence. In the next moment, an invisible force suddenly swept across the air, and a cold, chill raced down their spines, making their bodies stiffen and their breath hitch inside their throats. It was as if the world itself had paused to listen. A presence, one so ancient and heavy that it seemed to predate even the oldest memories of their race, began to press down on the surroundings. The very air groaned under its weight, and the shadows trembled. The ground cracked under an unseen pressure. They looked towards the place the aura was coming from. Then they saw it was the same boy they were laughing at few moments ago. From the very core of his being, waves of aura were pouring out, powerful, violent, endless waves that grew heavier and heavier with every heartbeat. What the hell is this? What is happening? Both Mirik and Zarek found themselves trapped inside the same terrifying thought. Their eyes locked helplessly onto Ash. Their hearts, blackened and calloused by centuries of cruelty, began to beat faster, each thump pounding against their ribs with growing terror. Their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. For the first time in their cursed lives, they felt an emotion that demons were never supposed to feel. They felt fear, a pure, instinctive fear, a fear that spoke of inevitable death. How? Mirik stammered, his voice cracking in disbelief. His hands shook as he tried to hold himself together. Wasn't he supposed to be weak? How is this happening? Ash, who had been crouching slightly, slowly rose to his feet. His movements were sluggish, almost as if he was dragging not just his body, but the very weight of the world itself. He turned around to face them, and for a moment, the world seemed to fall utterly silent. Ash shouted with a voice that tore through the silence like a blade through flesh. You bastard! His scream echoed across the shattered landscape, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. At that moment, Mirik and Zarek felt the very ground beneath their feet vanished. Their bodies froze stiff, and it became hard to even breathe because of the heavy pressure filling the air. A cold shiver ran down their backs, and deep inside, they felt like they were about to die. Their breathing, once calm and steady, fractured into shallow gasps. What kind of monster is this guy? The same scary thought echoed inside both their heads at the same time. And the reason for that was simple. It was Ash's face. It was distorted, twisted into a nightmarish collage of emotions that should never coexist. His lips curled into a hollow, broken smile. Tears of blood streamed endlessly from wide, soul-burning eyes that reflected 1,000 storms. Anger, guilt, sadness, joy, excitement, grief, depression, longing, shame, resentment, loneliness, hatred, every raw, violent, messy emotion a living being could feel. All of them were carved into his face at once. It looked so wrong and so scary that it was hard to even look at him. He didn't look like a boy pretending to be a monster. He looked like a monster pretending to be a boy. Then, suddenly, a golden white aura wrapped around Ash's body. His skin started to crack apart, golden light spilling from open wounds only to knit itself back together, a cycle of death and rebirth repeating with every agonizing heartbeat. It was a brutal, merciless cycle. Crack, bleed, heal, crack, bleed, heal. The cracking sound of his bones echoed quietly in the air. His body kept breaking and healing again and again, without stopping for even a second. Mirik and Zarek, even though they were demons, took a step back without even thinking. What is that thing? Mirik whispered, but nobody answered. Ash never stopped trying to learn more about his own powers. He always believed if you want to beat others, you have to understand yourself better first. That's when he was studying his core, he got an idea. He remembered the skill Ray used, Overclock. Its mechanism was explained in the novel. The idea was simple. Push a huge amount of mana into your core, way more than it can handle, and compress it inside. Normally, if someone tried this and messed up, their core would break forever, and they would become a cripple. But Ash was different. His primordial core could fix itself, even if it got completely broken. The first time he tried, he failed. The core cracked. Pain unlike anything he had ever known tore through his body. A cold, searing agony that left him broken and gasping. Ray could do it easily because he had a system to help him. For Ray, it was automatic. But Ash had to do everything by himself, step by step, feeling every second of pain. But the damage was minor, and the core repaired itself within a day. Again and again he attempted it, feeling the core splinter, feeling his body betray him, until at last he succeeded. He achieved a perfect overclock, but it came at a horrifying price. Because every time he used it, every single time, Ash could feel a piece of his potential being carved away. Each overload eroded the future he could have had. Each success shaved off a fraction of the strength he might one day wield. It wasn't obvious after the first use. It wasn't obvious after the second. But after the third, he felt it. His potential was already low, only around Grandmaster level, a rank. That's why Ash decided to only use this power when he had no other choice. Yet even that understanding did not erase the question burning in his heart. Why could Ray use Overclock without consequence? The answer was clear when he thought about it. Ray had a system, a divine scaffold that granted him limitless potential. Ash had no such gift. He was alone, fighting against destiny with blood-stained hands and a broken future. And even now he was burning that future with his own hands. Overloading a single core was already devastating, but what if he forced two cores to do it at once? The answer was plain to see. His body would tear itself apart under the unbearable strain, like now. The power was so crazy that his body couldn't handle it. His skin cracked, his bones shattered, his blood poured out, but he didn't fall. Because Rune of Life was healing his body faster than the injuries could destroy it, Ash remained standing. The primordial core inside him was too powerful, something no normal core could ever compare to. Soon, the aura around him compressed violently, pulling tighter until it snapped into brilliant golden lightning that cracked off his skin in wild arcs. It tore into the surrounding hall, carving burns into stone and splintering the floor. Yet, somehow, not a single bolt touched the unconscious children, and Alicia lying nearby. Ash's blue irises shifted, glowing gold as if molten light had replaced them. His already torn shirt was consumed by the rising heat, revealing a body lean and hard, every muscle tightly wound as if forged under endless pressure. His hair rose and whipped around him, no longer obeying gravity, moving like strands of living flame. In the next instant, all the emotions that had been flooding his eyes vanished completely. Only a hollow, frozen coldness was left behind in his eyes. Yet, his expression grew more distorted, as if all the emotions reflecting in his eyes went to his face. I had no choice but to activate Omni Thought. The pain would have broken me otherwise. But that didn't mean he would forgive what had been done. His gaze, cold and hollow, locked onto Mirik and Zarek with a quiet, lethal promise. You made her suffer this much. I will kill you even more painfully. He took out his sword from his space ring. His blood-stained hands pressed against the blade's surface, and this time, instead of rejecting him, the sword absorbed the blood eagerly, like a starving creature finally fed. The sword gleamed briefly in his hand, as if acknowledging him, before its light faded, and it returned to its normal form. Finally, Ash thought as he unsheathed the blade completely. The sword's surface was oddly clear like a mirror, reflecting his own face back at him, a face barely recognizable as human. He stared at the twisted reflection, the wild golden eyes, the savage lines cut into his face, the feral hair rising around him, and let out a small, broken thought. I don't look human anymore. I look like a monster. It's good no one's awake to see me like this. Without wasting another breath, Ash stepped forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, his body blurred, dissolving into a storm of golden white lightning. Thrum! A thunderclap exploded through the hall, loud enough to rattle the very walls, and the ground beneath him cracked from the force of his movement. The true battle had begun. What did you say? Elva asked, her voice sharp with urgency as she turned to face Malicia. There's something they used to set up that barrier, Malicia said quickly, her words tumbling out. If we find it and destroy it, the barrier will collapse. Elva's eyes narrowed. And how do you know that? I overheard someone, Malicia stammered, gripping her sleeves tightly. Back then, I didn't think much of it, but seeing the barrier now, it has to be the same thing. She clutched at her chest, almost as if steadying her heart. This must be it. Elva studied her, suspicion flickering in her gaze, but in the end, she said nothing. This academy is huge, Elva said, glancing up at the sky where the black barrier loomed like a suffocating shadow. How exactly do you expect us to find it? It should be near where the barrier is, and the source of the barrier could be anything that is touching the ground, Malicia said, her voice steadier now. If we check the places near the barrier carefully, we'll find the source. I see, Elva murmured, her eyes still sharp. And you just happened to hear this also, right? Why, yes, Malicia said, nodding quickly. I was trying to find you, Instructor Elva, but the guards wouldn't let me near. That's why I fired the flare into the sky. She stumbled over her words, guilt flashing across her face. Before she could say more, Elva reached out and gently placed her hand atop Malicia's head. You did well, Elva said, her voice softer. Smart thinking. If we can save the children, you will be rewarded. She dropped her hand and straightened up. Stay here. It's going to get dangerous. No. Malicia cried out before she could stop herself. I want to help find the source. Elva looked at her, at the fear and courage tangled together in her eyes, and after a long breath, she relented. All right, she said. Placing her hand on Malicia's shoulder, Elva activated her spell, and the two of them vanished. Meanwhile, in her heart, Malicia clutched onto a single thought. I did what you asked me to do, Ash. Please, be safe. Be safe with all of them. Chapter 82. Rage Mode 1. The moment Ash's foot touched the ground, his body turned into a streak of golden white lightning. A deafening sound of thunder exploded across the hall, powerful enough to make the very walls shudder under its might. In a flash of golden brilliance, Ash reappeared beside the two demons. From his perspective, enhanced by his state, he could see them still staring blankly at the spot where he had stood just a moment ago. He gripped his sword with both hands, the sheath already tucked away in his space ring. The sword felt almost like an extension of his own body, perfectly balanced, neither too heavy nor too light, as if he had wielded it for countless years. It feels so natural to hold, Ash thought silently, tightening his grip until his knuckles turned white, a testament of the anger he was feeling. Gathering all his strength, he shifted his weight, letting the momentum of his speed drive the blow. His sword flashed, aiming straight for Zarek's neck. Golden lightning crackled along the sword's surface, not wild and rampant like uncontrolled magic, but focused and precise. It was not sword aura in the traditional sense, but rather a manifestation of his mastery over his own mana, refined to a razor's edge thanks to the effect of Omni-Thought. Screech! The sword clashed against Zarek's hardened skin with an ear-piercing screech, the sound reverberating through the entire hall like a war cry, setting the air ablaze with tension. Zarek barely had time to react. His eyes widened, but a thin line of blood was already blooming across his neck. Sensing the danger, he leapt back, but the damage was already done. It wasn't deep enough to be fatal, but the sharp sting of it was enough to freeze him for a split second. Even then, Ash didn't lose his momentum. Many tiny magic circles manifested in the air beside him, focusing on a single point, forming a multi-core lightning sphere, golden, different from the usual blue. Without missing a beat, Ash swung his sword like a baseball bat, smashing the sphere forward with all the momentum from his previous strike. The golden sphere tore through the space between them like a comet. Without a sound of thunder, the sphere shot toward Mirek, who stood frozen in shock, his mouth agape as his body refused to move. His eyes were wide, too slow to recognize the impending disaster. Boom! The orb exploded right in Mirek's face, sending him flying across the hall. Not giving him a second to breathe, Ash transformed into a streak of lightning and appeared just above Mirek, who was still midair. How? Can he use sword aura? Zarek questioned what he was seeing, disbelief tearing at his mind. Magic and sword, together? A dual class? But how? He's just a lesser bug, not a demon, not even one of those annoying angels. Blood flowed down Zarek's neck, staining his chest. Though the cut wasn't deep enough to threaten his life, his instincts screamed to stay away from this human. For a moment, he lost track of the situation. Cold sweat broke out across his back. Zarek's blood ran cold as the scene unfolded before him. His speed, his power, his expression, his aura, it was inhuman. The scene before him was turning into a nightmare. Ash's body was releasing an aura so intense, that felt so ancient and raw. What is this aura around him? Feels like something forbidden has awakened. In a blink, he saw Mirek flying helplessly, and Ash, a streak of golden lightning, right above him. Damn, brother! Ash's sword swung downward, a merciless cut that would cleave the demon in two. Mirek, still dazed by the earlier blast, wasn't even aware of the blade descending toward him. But just as the blade was about to connect, a massive claw shot out from the side, aiming straight for Ash's head. But within his gray world, Ash saw the incoming claw moving in slow motion. He twisted his neck back, planted one foot firmly on the ground, spun with the pivot of his heel, aiming his kick straight at Zarek's already wounded hand. Zarek let out a strangled growl of pain as Ash's foot connected with his hand, causing his hand to lose momentum. Ash didn't stop. His sword glowed a fierce gold, leaving afterimages in the air as he pressed forward. Poochie! The blade sliced through flesh and bone like a hot knife through butter. A severed hand flew into the air. But Ash didn't stop. Zarek tried to scramble away, his body weakening from the blows, but Ash was relentless. His anger, his rage was growing with every second. His thoughts were consumed by the images of her suffering. Hatred churned inside him. Hate for the demons who caused her pain. Hate for himself for failing to protect her. Almost instinctively, as to vent his anger, he punched Zarek in the face. Boom! The impact sent Zarek flying, but in a direction where no students were nearby. Even in his fury, Ash was careful not to hurt anyone else. Lightning step! He activated his movement skill, vanishing like a thunderclap, and reappeared next to Mirek, who was struggling to stand. Lightning kick! A magic circle formed at Ash's feet, lightning coiling around his leg. He kicked Mirek under the chin, sending him flying into the air like a rag doll. Lightning step! Again, Ash vanished, reappearing next to Zarek, who had just crashed heavily onto the ground, the impact shattering the floor beneath him. This time, Ash didn't use his sword. He didn't want to kill them like this, not yet. He wanted them to feel despair, pain, to taste suffering. Flipping his sword into a reverse grip, he rained down punches on Zarek's face. Ash was punching Zarek in the face with such force that his knuckles were on fire. The demon's face contorted with pain as his swollen features grew more unrecognizable with each strike. 50 punches landed on his face within mere seconds. Zarek's face swelled grotesquely. What is happening? Zarek's mind reeled. He couldn't even react. He went to save Mirik, lost a hand, got punched across the hall, and now endless fists hammered him. What is this absurd speed? His entire sense of reality shattered. Ash left him there, broken. But before Zarek could catch a breath, dozens of first circle magic circles appeared around him. Storm Spear. Ash's voice echoed like a decree of the god itself. The golden spears slammed into Zarek's body, each one piercing through flesh, creating holes and shredding his torso. Zarek's screams tore through the air, his voice rising in sheer agony as the magic pierced deeper and deeper. A chilling sound drowned only by the relentless roar of thunder. Ah! Even as the sound of Zarek's pain echoed around them, Ash's fury did not subside. He disappeared once more and appeared below Mirik, who was falling to the ground. Mirik, more alert now, saw Ash below him and hearing his brother scream, he roared in fury. You bastard! Take this! Demonic tornado! Mirik shouted, summoning a massive tornado of swirling demonic energy that spiraled around him, growing ever larger, stronger with each passing second. Ash didn't panic. He took a deep breath, widened his stance, gripping his sword with both hands. Golden arcs of lightning cracked violently across his body, like an overloaded battery about to burst. His skin cracked and healed repeatedly, releasing more and more arcs of energy, coiling around him like living serpents. His eyes burned golden, shining with raw power. Through his vision, he saw something between the black tornado, a thread of weakness. It's true. I can see the weak points of spells through Omnithought. Confirming another effect of his skill, he didn't hesitate, instead felt confident. He poured even more mana into his sword. The blade began to vibrate violently from the sheer force of it. The lightning around the sword distorted as if short-circuiting. Then, he swung. The golden lightning erupted from the blade, forming a curved arc that cut straight through the tornado as if it were paper. The vortex splintered apart, the winds dissipating as Ash's attack cleaved through them effortlessly. Mirik's eyes widened in pure disbelief as the golden lightning surged toward him. No! As the lightning bore down on him, for a brief moment, he saw his whole life flash before his eyes. But suddenly, a stone flew toward Mirik, striking him with surprising force, knocking him off course just as the lethal lightning strike was about to hit him. The strike collided with the black barrier, sending ripples through it, causing it to hum with a deep, vibrating resonance. Ash's gaze snapped to the source of the stone. Zarek, his body covered in wounds, stood firmly with his hand extended, as if he had thrown the stone himself. Lightning step. Ash hadn't spent time learning flashy swordsmanship. Instead, he focused on a solid foundation. He believed that basic sword strikes, parries, swings, stabs, should be perfected before moving to sword art. Even in VR games, executing a skill just required calling its name, but the real world wasn't so simple. The concept of power and strength in this world required more than a flashy name. It required a body that could endure and strike with purpose. So, while others wasted their time chasing elaborate sword arts, Ash focused on something far more basic. His footwork, his balance, his lower body. Every strike, no matter how simple, had to be deadly. Every move had to be deliberate. In a heartbeat, he appeared next to Zarek, poised to deliver a decisive blow that would end this fight once and for all. But then, his eyes caught something out of the corner of his vision. A wave of black thorns racing toward the unconscious students. The sight sent a wave of hatred and anger crashing through Ash's chest. This bastard! He roared internally. In a blur of motion, he veered off his original path with a steep turn, appearing in front of the incoming attack. His sword became blurry as golden lines bloomed in the air. They cleaved through the black thorns, each one disintegrating on contact. If you want to die this badly, let me kill you first, Ash growled beneath his breath, the words laced with an almost primal anger. His face contorted with rage, his emotions so raw they burned through every fiber of his being. Chapter 83. Rage Mode 2. Brother, attack that girl he was crying over. If we push him into anger, he will make mistakes, and then we can turn the tides in our favor. Hearing those words slither into his mind, Zarek's bloodied lips curled into a grim, broken smile. His gaze flicked toward Ash, who was making a desperate turn, standing protectively in front of the unconscious children scattered behind him. Let's do that then, Zarek answered through the invisible thread of telepathy, his eyes narrowing with cruel intent. If you want to die that badly, then let me kill you first, Ash said, his voice steady and full of cold hatred as he stared at Mirek. Ash was just about to attack when, from the corner of his eye, he noticed Zarek sprinting toward Alicia, who was still unconscious and completely defenseless. This bastard actually dares, Ash's mind screamed. Without wasting even a heartbeat, Ash shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He appeared next to Zarek in an instant, swinging his sword without mercy. The blade, glowing with golden lightning, cut through the air, aiming to slash Zarek's legs clean off. Yet somehow, as if sensing the attack, Zarek twisted at the last moment, throwing his body sideways. The golden blade missed by a hair's breadth, slicing through empty air. Zarek tumbled away, rolling gracelessly across the ground. TSK. Ash stood firmly in front of Alicia, guarding her with his own body. His eyes, already filled with anger, now seemed even colder, until it felt as if the temperature in the entire hall dropped. Across the hall, Mirek was standing next to the unconscious students. Floating above them were several black orbs, pulsing like dark hearts. Grace, Aurora, Lyra, Irvin, Ethan, Ray, and the others were not with that group. They had been scattered across the hall during the earlier fight, separated from those huddled helplessly near the sidelines. Ha ha ha! What will you do now, human? Mirek shouted loudly, his laughter fake and strained. Protect the girl lying there or save these students? You can't save both. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Zarek joined in, forcing out a laugh, even though his hands were slightly trembling from fear. Inside, both of them were panicking. They were trying to buy time, trying to think of a way to survive the monster standing before them. They knew if they try to escape without handling him, one of them will die. I don't have time for this nonsense, Ash thought, feeling a sharp pain pounding inside his head. His mind was already exhausted from using Omni-Thought again and again, and now the backlash was starting to show. Go ahead, Ash said in a low, chilling voice. His words rolled out like thunder, silencing their pitiful laughter in an instant. Kill them. Both Mirek and Zarek froze, staring at him in disbelief. Kill them? Ash repeated, his voice steady, unshakable. And after that, wash your necks and wait for me. I will come for your heads. The weight of his words crushed the room into stillness. Mirek and Zarek, despite themselves, knew he was not bluffing. They could feel the intangible force swirling around Ash, becoming heavier and sharper with every breath he took. What? How can you leave your people to die? Zarek stammered, the horror creeping into his voice. Ash scoffed, looking at Zarek like he was something disgusting stuck to the bottom of his boot. His voice sliced through the heavy silence like a blade. So what? They can go themselves. I'm not their guardian. The Academy is supposed to protect them. This is their problem, not mine. Kill them. Save them. Burn everything to the ground. I don't care anymore. Before Zarek could even process those words, Ash's body blurred. In less than a second, he appeared in front of him. The sword swung with terrifying speed, its edge aiming straight for Zarek's throat. But Zarek reacted on pure instinct. He barely managed to twist his body, but the blade still pierced deep into his side, just under his ribs. The burning pain exploded in his chest as blood poured from the wound. Am I going to die? That single thought flickered through Zarek's mind before Ash's kick met his face, sending him crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. Did we make a mistake coming here? Those were the last thoughts that crossed Zarek's mind before his vision faded to black, his body falling to the ground. Brother! Mirik's heart-wrenching scream ripped through the hall like a blade of pure agony. But Ash felt nothing but a cold, merciless satisfaction deep in his hollow chest. "You bastard!" Mirik roared, his voice cracking. "How dare you hurt him? I will make sure to kill everyone you care about. Then I will kill you myself. I will make you feel DSP. Shut up." Ash cut him off coldly, his voice, flat and emotionless, crushed Mirik's outburst. He walked forward slowly, swinging his sword in the air to flick the blood off the blade. "You're going to die here anyway," Ash said, his tone flat and unbothered. "How are you planning to keep all those stupid promises?" His words were a challenge, a taunt to Mirik, but his mind was already calculating. The orbs were still hovering menacingly, their power buzzing in the air, threatening the lives of those unconscious. Ash knew he couldn't let that happen. He had not killed Zarek for a reason. He couldn't risk Mirik's rage spilling over into the students. He didn't care about their lives, but he knew Alicia will be sad if she knew everyone here died. "TSK, I don't want to hear her nagging later." If Ash were alone, he wouldn't hesitate to let the others die. They were nothing to him. Though Alicia wouldn't hate him for letting them perish, Ash knew she would be devastated, and the weight of that feeling was unbearable. "Looks like love has blinded me, but what can I do? It is what it is. After losing her once, I feel like I can even fight gods for her." Meanwhile, Mirik, now consumed by his fury, turned his full attention to Ash. The black orbs that had hovered menacingly over the children, with a flick of his wrist, swarmed around Mirik. "Let's see how you survive this," Mirik shouted, his voice laced with venom. His anger reached its peak, and the orbs began to move, gathering speed and power, aiming directly for Ash. As the orbs surged forward, Ash looked at them with a cold smirk. "Looks like the gamble paid off," he thought as his sword cut through the air with a sharp arc. Golden lightning crackled, slicing through the nearest orb, but Mirik had already anticipated the move. The remaining orbs scattered, flanking Ash from all sides. "You can't see all of them, human." Ash's eyes scanned the orbs encircling him. His heartbeat quickened, but he didn't let the pressure get to him. With a swift twist of his body, his feet planted firmly on the ground. His gaze was unblinking, unwavering. Every muscle in his body was breaking and rebuilding, but his focus was only on the orbs around him, and then he struck. Slash! Slash! Boom! Boom! Each orb exploded violently as his sword cut through them with brutal efficiency. But orbs were relentless. The fighting scene felt like the light was swallowed by darkness, like fighting from within an endless night. More orbs formed from the demonic energy swirling around Mirik, encircling Ash like a storm. They moved in perfect synchronization, closing in, tightening the space around him. The tension in the room thickened, suffocating. "The headache is increasing, TSK. Ash's thoughts buzzed as his eyes scanned the orbs. With each swing, his blade cut through the oncoming storm, leaving afterimages of golden lightning in its wake. The orbs exploded in bursts of dark energy, but there were always more orbs that Mirik summoned to replace those Ash destroyed. And Mirik was growing more desperate, more frantic. The air grew thick with the acrid scent of burnt energy, the floor trembling beneath the sheer force of their battle. Mirik's lips twisted into a snarl. He could feel the end drawing near. He knew his time was running out. The orbs around him flickered weakly, their dark glow dimming, a clear sign that their energy was waning. But Mirik had one last card to play. "I never thought I'd be pushed this far, forced to do that." A twisted, malicious grin stretched across his face as he dug his claws deep into his chest, gripping his heart. His breath came in labored gasps as he burned the ancient bloodline that flowed through his veins, the blood of one of the 7 overlord demons. Ar-her-ha! A guttural roar ripped from his throat as his body shuddered violently in pain. His blood burned as it was consumed by the dark magic he had unleashed. A surge of power exploded from him, spiraling outward like a whirlpool. His features twisted and distorted as his demonic heritage fully consumed him. The air crackled with malignant energy, and the very ground beneath him warped and split. The force of his power tore at the fabric of reality itself, warping the surrounding space. For a brief moment, Ash's sword slowed, caught off guard by the oppressive wave of energy that slammed into him. His body staggered and his primordial aura and Miric's bloodline aura clashed in the air with a screeching sound. Scree-each! Ha 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 ha! Soon Miric's laughter filled the air. Let's die together, human! He raised his arms high, and the remaining orbs surged back to him, their size and power multiplying with terrifying speed. They pulsed with a sickly red light, vibrating with the raw fury of Miric's demonic blood. Annoying! Ash thought as he gripped his sword tighter, golden lightning crackling from its blade. A stark contrast to the dark, blood-fueled energy swirling around Miric. With a roar, Miric hurled the orbs at Ash once more. This time, however, they weren't simply seeking destruction. They were hungry, twisting, warping, and reaching to drain Ash's very essence. Miric's hands moved in a frenzied dance, sending the orbs spiraling like a deadly tornado, circling Ash with a precision that felt impossible. Ash's muscles screamed in protest as he poured more mana into his strikes, each swing cutting through the storm of orbs. His sword carved a bloody path through the oncoming assault, but the more orbs he destroyed, the more Miric summoned. I will make you regret fighting me, Miric howled, his body glowing with fiery red veins as he pushed more of his bloodline into his magic. Ash's heart thundered in his chest. This was no longer a battle of strength or speed. It had become a battle of wills. Is he burning his bloodline? He never did that in the novel. Damn. Miric had tapped into something ancient, something primal, and Ash was running out of time. Miric grinned, sensing victory in the air. The orbs were too many, too powerful, and Ash was faltering. You can't win, human. I will break you. Miric's voice dripped with malice, an ominous promise that sent a chill through Ash's bones. Suddenly, the orbs that had been attacking Ash shifted direction, their deadly momentum accelerating as they turned toward Alicia. I'll take this girl's life and make you feel despair, Miric roared, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Ash's expression grew even more distorted. It was impossible to think a human can make this type of face. Without hesitation, he bolted forward, his sword raised high. Lightning crackled along the blade. He reached Alicia in a blur of motion. His sword flashed in desperation as he cut through the orbs that came for her. He couldn't count how many times he swung. It felt like an eternity. Despite the strength of his blows, Miric's orbs continued to multiply, their dark shadows blotting out the light in the room, due to which some of the orbs hit him, blasting through his defense. His body, which held a balance of life and death due to core overloading, became unbalanced. The healing power of the rune became slow and sluggish, hindered by the demonic energy and bloodline of nullification in the orbs. The pressure was becoming unbearable. His strikes were slowing, his movements heavy. Each swing took a toll. His body, already near the breaking point, was on the verge of collapse. His cores started to crack from the strain of overusing his powers. The only thing keeping him away from pain was omni-thought. But even his mental state was slipping. The pain was building, his headache escalating to unbearable levels. Damn! His skin burned with each labored breath, his movements becoming slower as his healing couldn't keep up. And then, something happened. The black barrier around the hall, the one formed by demons, shuddered violently, as if it was about to break. Cracks ran across the surface, each one followed by the deafening sound of explosions rocking the very foundation beneath them, and Ash's heart dropped. Both Ash and Miric's eyes widening with urgency. No, no, not now, Ash thought frantically, as the reality of the situation tightened its hold on him. Crack! Chapter 84. Source of the Trouble. Broom! An invisible wave of energy began to spread outward, silently covering the entire area surrounding the barrier. There's nothing unusual here, Elva thought, her gaze shifting toward Malicia, who stood beside her in silence. Can I really trust what she said? Doubt lingered in her mind, tightening her chest. Elva couldn't shake her suspicion. How had Milicia come across such sensitive information? It didn't seem like something one could just stumble upon or overhear by chance. And yet, here they were. Elva didn't know the truth behind it, and part of her didn't want to. Because right now, the source of the information didn't matter. What mattered were the lives of the children trapped inside the barrier. That reality pressed down on her like a weight. Whether the information was reliable or not, she had no choice but to act on it. "I've checked the entire area thoroughly," Elva said aloud, turning to Milicia. "And I did another sweep just now. There's absolutely nothing suspicious around here." Milicia remained silent, her eyes locked in a deep, focused gaze at the black surface of the barrier beneath their feet. They were currently standing at the very top of the magical barrier, surveying it from above. Hearing Elva's words, Milicia slowly closed her eyes. She began to recall the exact words that Ash had spoken to her earlier. Flashback. It was just after the banquet had begun. Among the first-year students, Ash had been the first to arrive. His eyes had immediately caught sight of the Advanced Space Isolation Orb, a rare and dangerous artifact, being held by the demons. The moment he saw it, Ash's heart sank. He instantly realized that his original plan was now completely useless. According to the events described in the novel, once all the students had gathered at the banquet, Elva was supposed to offer her congratulations to the second years. It was a formal moment, a tradition of sorts. After her short speech, she, along with the other instructors, would leave the banquet site, giving the students time to relax and interact freely without the supervision of teachers. And it was during that window, when the instructors had stepped away, that the demons in the novel made their move. That was when they activated the barrier. Ash had played through many possible scenarios in his mind. In the novel, the demons had used a powerful artifact to trap everyone. But was it necessary for them to follow the same method? After all, the future has changed. They can change their strategy, attack at a different time, use a different tool. It was all possible. Ash had considered countless variations of what might happen. He had contingency plans for each. But when he saw the Advanced Space Isolation Orb in the demon's possession with his own eyes, everything clicked into place. They were sticking to the original plan from the novel. Only this time it was more advanced. His strategy up until that point had been relatively straightforward. While Ray and the other students engaged the demons who were trapped inside the barrier, Ash would locate and destroy the source of the barrier itself. He already knew what it was and where it would be hidden. That knowledge gave him a critical advantage. And once the barrier was gone, the instructors, who had been outside the barrier, would be able to break through and intervene. But now that the Advanced Space Isolation Orb was involved, everything changed. The Advanced Space Isolation Orb worked differently. The source of the barrier wouldn't be located inside anymore. It would be outside. This was extremely rare knowledge. The orb was not a common magical item. It required rare materials found in Demon Realm, significant power, and a large amount of time to create. Only a few people would even recognize it, let alone understand its true capabilities. And even among those few, once someone was trapped inside the barrier, they would be unable to escape, unless they were the creator or the user of the orb. No ordinary person would know this. But Ash wasn't an ordinary person. He was a novel reader. He had read about this in the later chapters of the story. Realizing this, Ash quickly rearranged his plan. If he couldn't destroy the source himself, he would have to find someone else to do it. But who could he trust with such information? He couldn't simply walk up to an instructor and tell them. Not only would they never believe a first-year student without proof, but it would also put him in unnecessary danger. They might grow suspicious and interrogate him, or worse. He needed someone who wouldn't be easily doubted or harmed. Someone untouchable. Someone born with a golden spoon, he thought to himself. The reasoning was clear. If the child of a saint or someone from a highly influential background delivered this information, then even if the instructors became suspicious, they wouldn't dare act harshly against them. Ash considered his options and eventually settled on the only person he personally knew who matched this criteria. Milicia. Without wasting time, He contacted her and quietly left the banquet hall. Moving swiftly and carefully, he made his way toward the designated meeting place. Thankfully, it wasn't too far from where the event was being held. When Ash reached the meeting place, he took a deep breath and waited. Only a few minutes passed before Melissia arrived. She was dressed in a black gown, intricately adorned with the delicate designs of crimson roses. Her hair was tied up neatly, framing her face with an air of elegance. She looked stunning, radiating a beauty that could have stolen the breath of anyone who saw her. But Ash did not notice any of it. His mind was too clouded with urgency, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. "Sorry for calling you out so suddenly," he began, his voice low but firm. "But this is urgent, and it's something only you can do." Melissia stood before him, her gaze steady and unblinking. The fiery, temperamental girl he remembered seemed absent, replaced by a more mature, composed version of herself. Yet a faint red hue colored her cheeks, betraying her emotions. She felt a twinge of sadness that Ash had not even glanced at her appearance. Not a single word about how she looked. It had been so long since they last spoke, and part of her had hoped for something, anything. The last time they had exchanged words was when Ash had come to claim his reward for winning a bet. "What is it?" Her voice was calm, soft, without any trace of anger. Ash didn't waste time. He explained the situation, the demons, the banquet, and what might soon happen. He didn't go into the deeper details, only what she needed to know to act. As she listened, panic flickered across Melissia's face. "Shouldn't we tell the instructors about it?" she asked, her voice rising slightly with worry. Ash met her gaze seriously. "What will you tell them? How you got the information?" Melissia opened her mouth to respond, but then hesitated. The weight of his words sank in. After a pause, she asked the inevitable question. "Then, how do you know this information?" Ash's eyes hardened slightly, but his voice remained steady. "After everything is over, I'll explain everything. But for now, the most important thing is that you stay outside the banquet hall. When the barrier goes up, you must immediately inform Instructor Elva." Melissia nodded, the gravity of the situation settling heavily on her shoulders. "All right," she said seriously. "I'll do that." Ash continued, his tone firmer. "And remember what I told you, that barrier is strong enough to expel even a mythical rank person. If they try to investigate the surroundings, they won't find anything unusual. After all, if the barrier can force them out, how could they possibly detect its source?" He paused for a moment, organizing his thoughts. "I won't go into the technical details of how the device works. Honestly, even I don't know everything. But," he emphasized, "only way to find the source of the barrier is to observe even the tiniest details around it. No matter how normal something looks, a rock, a tree, even a simple flower, it could be anything." Melissia nodded again, her expression now fully serious, carrying the weight of responsibility Ash had placed in her hands. Opening her eyes, Melissia turned to Elva and repeated Ash's words, her voice steady but urgent. "The barrier is strong enough to expel even a mythical rank person. If the barrier can force them out, how could they possibly detect its source?" After hearing those words, Elva was silent for a moment. A flicker of embarrassment appeared on her face, because even though she was extremely powerful and experienced, she had not considered such an obvious fact. But Melissia didn't stop there. The source of the barrier could be anything. It could be a normal-looking rock, a tree, a flower, or something else that looks completely harmless. But finding it will. Before Melissia could finish her sentence, Elva interrupted her. Her eyes had sharpened, and there was a sudden light in them, as if she had realized something important. "You said it could be even the tiniest thing, right?" Elva asked. Melissia nodded quickly, a little confused about why Elva was asking that so urgently. "Why, yes," she replied, her voice unsure. Elva turned her gaze toward the area surrounding the barrier. The surroundings had already been cleared of people, and the guards had made sure no students or staff were nearby. The empty area was filled with small buildings, patches of trees, colorful flowers, and several scattered rocks. If we go about this normally, inspecting every single object one by one, it would take too long, Elva said, her voice growing heavier with each word. We cannot afford to waste time right now. So, let us destroy everything. Buildings can be rebuilt, trees can be replanted, but lives lost won't ever come back. Hearing that, Melissia suddenly felt very foolish for not thinking of it herself. Even Ash hadn't suggested this to her, but maybe he was counting on Elva to figure it out herself. In his heart, he must have believed that Elva, with her experience and intelligence, would figure out the best solution on her own. After making her decision, Elva raised her hand slowly into the air. A deep violet aura burst out around her body, surrounding her like a second skin made of pure power. The pressure her aura released was so strong that the air itself felt thicker and heavier. But somehow, Melissia remained standing steadily, unaffected by the force. Even so, she could not help but feel a deep sense of awe sensing Elva's strength. Amazing. There was something different about Elva compared to Naira, but Melissia couldn't quite name it. As Melissia was lost in her thoughts, she saw Elva point her finger forward. A small but extremely complex magic circle appeared in front of Elva's fingertip, glowing faintly. With calm and steady movements, Elva pointed the magic circle toward the ground. The moment her finger dipped, gravity itself began to scream. At first, the increase in gravity was so slight that it could barely be noticed. However, within seconds, the force grew stronger and stronger, until it felt as though an invisible hand was crushing everything beneath it. Trees began to snap and crack under the intense weight, their trunks breaking apart like thin sticks. Rocks shattered into fine dust, and delicate flowers withered instantly, unable to resist even a moment longer. Buildings collapsed, ground shuddered. It was pure annihilation. Amidst all the destruction, there was a tiny tree that remained standing. Even though the gravity was powerful enough to crush stone, that small tree had not even lost a single leaf. It was standing there, untouched, completely normal-looking but somehow different from everything else. Elva's lips curved into a small, confident smile when her eyes landed on it. Found it. Chapter 85. Desperation. Found it. Elva thought as she swiftly canceled her spell. Without wasting even a heartbeat, her figure blurred and appeared directly next to the tiny tree that had withstood her gravity attack. At the same time, the other instructors, who had been busy attacking the barrier from a distance, noticed the sudden change in Elva's actions. Curious and cautious, they paused their attacks and rushed toward her, wondering what she had discovered after unleashing such overwhelming power. Sensing the urgency, Elva did not hesitate. She launched a spell at the small tree with all her strength, intending to shatter it completely. A deafening boom echoed through the empty surroundings. Dust scattered into the air like a mist. However, to everyone's shock, the tree remained standing. Only a single leaf fluttered down from its branch, gently landing on the untouched ground. No cracks appeared, no bark peeled off, and the earth around it showed not even the tiniest sign of damage. Elva's expression immediately darkened. Her eyes narrowed sharply, and an intense seriousness filled her voice as she turned toward the gathered instructors. Destroy the tree. It is the source of the barrier, Elva shouted, her voice firm with absolute confidence. There was no longer any doubt in her heart. After all, no ordinary tree could survive an attack of that level without suffering even a scratch. What Melissia had warned her about was clearly true. The source could be anything, even something as small and innocent-looking as a tree. The instructors, fueled by her certainty, launched their spells and attacks toward the tree without hesitation. Another massive explosion shook the ground as magical energy rained down on the spot. Attack! Elva shouted again, her voice ringing out across the battlefield like a war horn. Boom! 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 One after another, the instructors hurled their most powerful magic at the tree. The ground trembled violently under the force of their combined might, and the air itself seemed to scream from the pressure. Elva herself joined in the assault, adding her own fierce power to speed up the destruction. Slowly but surely, changes began to appear. Leaves were torn away from the branches, falling like green rain. Tiny cracks started to creep up the trunk, thin at first but growing wider with each relentless hit. The once untouched tree, stubborn and resilient, was finally beginning to break apart under their united force. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Ash looked at the cracks that had started to form on the barrier. His mind raced with urgency. Instructors are going to break through any second now. I need to kill them before that happens. His body was not in good shape either. His breathing was rough, his muscles were failing, and a deep pain throbbed in his chest. Blood was coming out non-stop, his healing slow. He had been careless earlier. He never expected Mirek to burn his bloodline. In the novel he remembered, demons usually only burned their bloodlines when they had no other choice, when death was the only thing left. It was something they used as a last resort, never lightly. Is he really that desperate to kill me? What Ash didn't know was that Mirek wasn't aiming to survive. Mirek believed Ash was a greater threat to the Demon King's future than even Ray, and so he had sworn to destroy Ash at any cost, even if it meant burning away his own life. Ash noticed that Mirek's focus shifted slightly towards the barrier. It was only for a split second, but that was enough. Ash decided to go all in. He gathered all the mana from both his cores. Cracks already covered them, and the damage was getting worse with every second. Still, he forced more mana out. He left behind just enough mana to move his body and power his sword, while pouring the rest into the air around him. Dozens of magic circles spun into existence around him, each small and sharp like golden stars burning in the sky. It was the lightning ball spell, the very first spell he had learned. Ash aligned each golden lightning ball with the black-reddish orbs that Mirek had sent towards him. Through Omnithought, he quickly calculated the paths they were coming from, lining up his attacks perfectly. Then, in a flash, Ash vanished from his spot. The orbs of lightning screamed through the air alongside him, homing in on Mirek's incoming spells. Explosions erupted one after another. Boom! 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 Ash reappeared right in front of Mirek. His speed was a little slower compared to before, but it was still fast enough to be deadly. However, Mirek, who was now burning his bloodline, had his physical strength, speed, and reflexes boosted far beyond normal. He sensed the incoming strike and dodged the sword swing that was aimed straight at his neck, stepping back quickly. I need to retreat. If those humans outside break the barrier, I won't even have a chance to escape, Mirek thought, gritting his teeth. He knew that he would probably die here, but his brother Zarek was still alive, though badly injured. If he could just save Zarek and escape with the knowledge about Ash, a monster hiding beneath the human skin, then even in death, their mission would not be in vain. With that resolve burning inside him, Mirek blinked across the battlefield, appearing beside Zarek's unconscious body and, without wasting time, he launched a series of powerful attacks towards Alicia, trying to pull Ash's attention away. And just as Mirek had hoped, Ash reacted without hesitation, rushing to protect the girl from the incoming attacks. Meanwhile, the barrier groaned louder and louder, its cracks spiderwebbing across the surface, ready to shatter apart completely. The storm was about to break. Boom! 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 Just a little bit more. The barrier is about to break. One of the instructors shouted, casting another spell with full force. The cracks are getting bigger. Keep going, just a little more. Another instructor called out, his voice filled with excitement. Elva was also attacking non-stop, casting her spells again and again without rest. However, there was something unusual about her attacks now. Every spell she released shone with a deep violet color. Meanwhile, the small tree looked like it was at its limit. All of its leaves had already fallen to the ground, covering it in a thick layer of green. Its branches were bare and brittle, shaking as if they could snap apart at any second. At the same time, Malicia, who was still standing above the cracking barrier, stared down with growing panic. Why did Instructor Elva leave me here? She thought frantically. Terrible realization hit her. No way. Did she forget about me? It sounded unbelievable, But it was the truth. In her rush to attack the tree and destroy the barrier, Elva had completely forgotten about Malicia. Ah, damn! Malicia muttered under her breath, feeling helpless. She wanted to call out for help, to remind them she was still stuck inside the barrier. But when she saw all the instructors putting everything they had into attacking the tree, she stayed silent. She bit her lip hard, trying to hold back her frustration and fear. Her eyes dropped back to the ground. The cracks were spreading wider beneath her feet, making it easier to see what was happening inside the barrier. From her position, she could now catch small glimpses of the fierce battle that was taking place below. And what she saw completely shook her. The whole hall was devastated beyond recognition, the broken ceiling allowing her a much clearer view inside now. The floor was full of massive craters and deep scars, with broken tiles, shattered debris, and chunks of stone scattered everywhere. It truly looked like some massive disaster had struck the place, like a powerful storm or an explosion that had ripped the hall apart from the inside. All the students who had been trapped inside were now lying unconscious at the sides of the hall, carefully placed away from the fighting zone. Her friends, Grace, Lyra, Amelia, and others she could recognize even from this height, were among those lying injured. Their clothes were torn and bloodied in places, and although they were badly hurt, Malicia could still see their faint breathing from the distance, which brought her a small amount of relief. Ray and the others boys who were supposed to be among strongest students were also out cold, their bodies sprawled out motionless. One of the demons was lying face down on the ground, but from where she was watching, Malicia could not tell whether he was alive or dead, because he was not moving at all. And the other demon, the one who was still standing and fighting fiercely, was facing someone who made Malicia's mind blank for a second. Is that Ash? She thought in shock, her eyes growing wide with disbelief as she leaned even closer toward the crack to make sure she was not imagining things. Even Ash, who was fighting below, did not know that she was up there witnessing him. What happened to his face and body? She thought with a tremble, feeling an unfamiliar fear crawl up her back as she stared at him. Ash's expression looked completely distorted, that made him seem like a monster with bloody tears. His body was covered in countless injuries, blood was running down his arms and legs, and there were burn marks and scratches that had barely closed. Golden lightning was crackling around his body in thick, violent waves. There was also a powerful aura around him that made her heart shudder. For a second, Malicia almost looked away because the Ash she knew had never looked so terrifying. But she quickly clenched her fists tightly, forcing herself to keep her eyes open and look at him seriously without turning away in fear. It was lucky for Ash that his healing had slowed down, because if it had been working at full speed, the changes in his body would have been even more shocking to look at, and she was not sure if she could have handled seeing that. How is he even able to fight like that, after being hurt so badly? Her mind could not understand how he was still standing. But the shock was not over yet. Ash was not fighting like a mage, which was what he was supposed to be. He was wielding a sword, swinging it with power and precision while also using magic at the same time, something that should not have been possible. Using a sword, but wasn't he supposed to be a mage? Her heart was pounding loudly against her chest, her ears almost buzzing with the sound of it. Ash's face looked fierce and unrecognizable, his irises glowing a terrifying golden color, his body surrounded completely by golden lightning that looked very different from his usual calm blue lightning. The only thing that still confirmed to her that he was Ash was his distinctive silvery white hair that had not changed. But how? How did this happen? She kept asking herself, but there were no answers that came to her mind. Just when she was struggling with her confusion, she saw the standing demon move. The demon appeared next to the body of his fallen companion and then, without warning, fired a barrage of dark, spinning orbs straight toward Alicia, who was lying on the ground injured and unable to defend herself. Seeing that, Ash immediately moved without any hesitation. He shot dozens of small balls of golden lightning from his hands, intercepting the dark orbs mid-air and stopping them from reaching Alicia. Each collision between the two spells created loud explosions, shaking the broken hall even more and filling the air with flashes of light. I want to help. The feeling burst out of her heart, burning fiercely inside her chest. She did not know if the boy fighting down there was still truly the Ash she had known. He seemed like a completely different person now, almost like a stranger shaped by storms and pain. But one thing she could see clearly with her own eyes was that, even though Ash was injured and exhausted, he had not allowed a single student to die. He was still protecting them all. He was still fulfilling the promise he had made to her earlier, the promise of saving everyone. So how could she just stay here, biting her lip, doing nothing, when Ash was fighting alone to protect everyone? Chapter 86. Miric's Death. Time seemed to slow down. Slash! 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 The sharp sound of a sword slicing through the air, followed by the loud explosion of orbs, echoed throughout the vast hall, creating a chaotic symphony of destruction. Damn it! Wasn't this the exact reason I had been hiding my power from the beginning? Ash had kept his strength concealed because of a deep-rooted fear that someone might target Alicia as a way to get to him. But even though he tried to hide it, he had always known that a moment would eventually come when his power would be exposed. That moment was inevitable, no matter how much he tried to avoid it. And now, the day was here earlier than expected. No time to regret, it was my decision after all. But now wasn't the time to think about that. He pushed those thoughts away and focused on what mattered the most right now. This was only the second time he had fought demons, but already, he had begun to learn something crucial from both of those battles. There's a huge difference between fighting in real life and inside a VR game. In the VR game, you could somewhat study the movement of enemies, understand their patterns, and predict or counter their attacks with careful timing and learn strategies. But the enemies in real life, they were entirely different. Real enemies didn't follow predictable patterns or logic. Their actions were messy, instinctive, chaotic, and impossible to fully anticipate. And Ash was experiencing that harsh truth right now, in the most painful way. He saw Miric lift the unconscious body of Zarek into his arms. Then, with a wave of his hand, Miric carved the air. And in that instant, a portal began to form, swirling and pulsing with dark energy, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. I will make sure you die while seeing hell, human, Miric roared, his voice filled with hate as he stepped forward, his foot lifting to cross into the portal. At that exact moment, all the demonic orbs that had been flying toward Ash suddenly stopped. Without wasting any time, Ash hurled the remaining lightning balls straight toward the edge of the portal, aiming at what looked like structural weak spots, hoping they might interfere. I can't let him escape. And then, without hesitation, he launched himself forward. But soon he felt he was late. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I won't be able to reach him in time. Based on everything he could analyze from Omni Thought, it was painfully clear. He would not be able to catch up before Miric entered the portal. I'm such an idiot. I should have killed Zarek. But if I had, Miric might have gone berserk. The students could have died. If he had chosen to end Zarek earlier, he had no way of knowing how Miric might have reacted. There was a high possibility that the other students would have died. The risk had been too high. If they escape now, if the demons managed to learn about me from this battle, wouldn't that be the end for me? He had chosen to reveal his sword only because he was confident that he could eliminate them without exposing too much. But now, he couldn't tell whether that had been genuine confidence or just blind arrogance. He had gotten too intoxicated by his own power. So much so that he even thought about going easy on the demons at first, just to let them suffer more as they fought. And for what? Just to satisfy his own sense of vengeance? I should have finished them off immediately the moment I overloaded my core. Ash's thoughts were spiraling fast. He was thinking too many things all at once, regret flooding through him like a storm. He kept replaying his actions, searching for the right move, but no answer came to him. He could feel the emptiness in his mana cores. And even the lightning balls he had fired, only 2 or 3 of them, would strike seconds too late. By the time they hit, Miric would already be gone. Damn. Ash cursed through clenched teeth, the bitter taste of frustration filling his mouth. Just as Miric was about to cross the portal, something unexpected happened. Several fireballs, blazing with dark crimson flames and crackling with an intense heat, appeared right next to the portal's edge and exploded violently. Boom! 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 The consecutive blasts tore through the space around Mirek, creating a wave of force that pushed him slightly away from the portal and interrupted his escape. Ash's eyes widened. What the? His body didn't slow, but his mind burned with a question. Who? His eyes then slowly lifted toward the source of a new mana signature that didn't exist a moment ago. There, sticking out from the growing crack in the barrier, was a hand, its fingers trembling slightly, and right beside it, partially visible through the splintered opening, was a face he hadn't expected to see. Malicia? How is she there? How in the world did she reach this place? Ash's thoughts scattered in panic, the realization hitting him like a hammer striking cold steel. Wait, did she see me? Did she witness me wielding both sword and magic, and like this? In this form, in this appearance? A creeping terror clawed into his chest, but his rational mind grabbed hold of his thoughts and shoved them back into focus. Mirek comes first, deal with him now, think later. He bit his tongue hard, using the sharp sting to ground himself, and with all the speed he could muster, charged directly toward Mirek. Time resumed its normal rhythm. The lightning balls struck the edges of the portal with violent pulses of energy. But like before, his attacks did not manage to destroy the portal entirely. Perhaps because his power was drained? Instead, the portal's structure grew unstable, trembling as if unsure whether to stay open or collapse. The swirling black hole began to shrink. Ash appeared beside Mirek, just as the demon was about to hurl himself toward the barrier once more. Swish! Ash's sword cleaved through flesh and bone in a clean, perfect arc. Mirek's head flew into the air, detached from his shoulders, blood spurting in a high arc as his body collapsed. But the head, it wore a smile. A strange, unsettling smile, as if the man was content, even pleased, with the outcome of his own death. Damn! Both Ash and Malicia thought at the same time, as their eyes locked onto what Mirek had done in his final breath. An act so unexpected and mind-bending that it sent a wave of disbelief through them. Just before Ash's blade had beheaded him, Mirek had used his last bit of strength to throw Zarek's unconscious body toward the portal. But there was nothing Ash could do to stop it. Every last drop of his mana was exhausted, and his stamina had also hit rock bottom. As for Malicia, she tried to bind Zarek with conjured crimson chains, but they were a second too late. Zarek's limp body passed through the flickering remains of the portal. And then, thwomp, the portal vanished. Silence drowned the hall like a heavy fog. Damn it! Ash screamed, voice ragged with rage and helplessness. But before he could spiral deeper into regret, he staggered. The lightning that surrounded him flickered and died out. The aura of the primordial core receded like a wave returning to the ocean. His irises shifted back to their original cold blue hue, and his expression, once filled with emotions, slowly melted into his usual stoic, unreadable face. No, he escaped. His vision blurred at the edges. The colors of the world began to twist and spin like smoke in wind. I need T2. Kill! And just like that, his body crumpled to the ground, the sword still gripped tightly in his hand as his consciousness gave in. Bam! At that moment, the cracks on the barrier grew wider, and Malicia, who had previously been unable to push through the shimmering wall, descended like a blazing meteor crashing from the heavens. Ash! Her voice tore through the air as she sprinted to him, panic overtaking her calm as she dropped to her knees at his side, her hands trembling as she checked for signs of life. Alive! She thought, as relief washed over her at the feeling of his breath, soft and steady. But when her eyes scanned the rest of his body, she almost screamed. There were cracks on his skin, some parts were damaged heavily and some were burnt, covering him from head to toe. They were so horrific they brought tears to her eyes just by looking. What do I do? What can I even do? Crack! Her eyes widened as she looked up. The barrier was about to collapse completely, the last threads holding it together fraying like a dying web. She didn't hesitate. From what I can tell, Ash was strong. Incredibly strong. But he hid it. He kept it secret for a reason. That means he wouldn't want anyone else to know about what happened here. He wouldn't want anyone discovering the truth behind his power. With that thought solidifying her resolve, she reached over and stored the corpse of the demon inside her space ring. But when she extended her hand to store Ash's sword as well, something strange happened. The blade refused to move. It clung to Ash, as though bound to him not just by metal or oath, but by soul itself. Please, come here, otherwise, your master will be in danger. She pleaded to the weapon, her voice soft and desperate, and as if it understood her, the sheath of the sword shimmered into existence outside Ash's own space ring. And then, in a swirl of glowing light, both blade and sheath melted like silver water and wrapped around Ash's wrist, forming a white ring that pulsed with faint energy. What was that? But there was no time to ponder. She reached into her space ring and pulled out a high-rank healing potion. Popping the cork, she gently lifted Ash's head and poured the warm liquid past his lips. Then, crack! Shatter! The barrier exploded in a burst of radiant light. Melicia's head snapped up, and her eyes locked on the beams of light rushing toward her from beyond. Chapter 87 Aftermath. Shatter! The barrier erupted in a blinding explosion of radiant light, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Melicia's head snapped up, her eyes immediately locking onto the beams of light streaking toward her. Here she comes. Just as Melicia thought, Elva appeared in front of her, hovering gracefully. Her voice was calm, but confusion flickered across her face as she asked, "How are you here?" Hearing that question, something inside Melicia snapped. The simmering frustration she had buried earlier surged back with renewed fury as she shouted, "How could you leave me alone at the top of the barrier like that? Do you even know what I had to go through just to get down?" Elva, upon hearing that, visibly froze for a moment. Her eyes scanned the area as if trying to change the topic. But by now, the other instructors had already started tending to the injured students and carrying them off toward the infirmary. Cough. A small cough escaped from Elva's lips. She definitely forgot about me, didn't she? Melicia thought with frustration. Before Elva could speak, a member of the medical department arrived at her side, unintentionally saving her from the awkward moment. "Vice Principal," the healer reported calmly, "most of the children are unconscious, but there's no immediate threat to their lives. Some are injured. It seems they put up a fight before being taken down, but what?" Elva interjected, her voice cool but heavy with seriousness. "There is one student whose injuries are severe but healing is not working on her. Her condition is worsening with every passing moment, and despite our best efforts, nothing seems to be working. At this point, all we can do is delay the inevitable." Elva remained silent for a moment, her expression unreadable, and then she asked quietly, "Name?" "Huh. The name of the student," Elva repeated, this time slower, her voice weighed down by expectation. It's Alicia Moonglow." The name struck something within Elva. She took a long breath, then slowly exhaled, visibly calming herself. Relief flickered in her eyes, not because the girl was safe, but because she wasn't one of the saint's children. Had it been one of them, the entire academy could have been staring down the barrel of annihilation. Do everything in your power to keep her alive. If saving her isn't an option, then delay her death as long as possible. We've already dispatched a message to the saints. Saint Myra should be returning soon. There's still a chance she might be able to save the girl. "Yes, ma'am," the healer replied quickly before departing to carry out her orders. Melicia, who had quietly listened to the entire exchange, remained rooted in place. Her expression gave away nothing, but her mind was racing. "I don't like Alicia, but I don't want her to die." Her thoughts were broken when Elva turned back toward her and asked, "So, what happened to the attacker? Did you see who it was? Any clue where they might be now?" Melicia opened her eyes, her voice composed as she replied, "I don't know. By the time I arrived, everyone was already unconscious." There were no signs of an attacker. I see, Elva said after a short pause. In that case, your part here is done. If you want to check in on your friends, you can do so after they've received proper treatment in the infirmary. Just as Elva turned away, her eyes caught a glimpse of Ash, who was lying behind Milicia on the ground. His bare chest was exposed, showing his lean muscles. It was hard to believe he was a student of magic department. What stood out to her was a small glass bottle lying beside him, empty and unmistakably that of a high-grade healing potion. You gave him a high-rank healing potion? Elva asked, her brow slightly raised. Milicia turned her head, following her gaze, and her eyes widened in shock. How did he heal this quickly? What she didn't know was that the healing potion she gave him had managed to flush out a portion of the demonic energy buried deep within his body. That, in turn, had allowed the rune of life inside him to activate its power. Though he now appeared perfectly fine on the surface, inside, his condition was still dire. Both his mana cores were cracked, and his internal organs were badly damaged. But slowly, the rune of life was working to restore him from within. To that, I did? He was really injured, Milicia stammered, her words tumbling out of her mouth, her brain still trying to process everything. Listening to her stumble through her explanation, Elva smiled softly and asked in a teasing tone, "Oh? So you gave such a precious potion to a badly injured boy?" Milicia nodded her head rapidly like a duck, her entire face flushing red in embarrassment.
Elva giggled, her usual playful laugh returning. He.
I see. Well then, off you go. We'll begin the investigation soon. Her light tone and laughter returned as soon as she knew the children were safe, for the most part. The aftermath of the demon attack was something the Academy could never fully control, no matter how desperately they tried. The news of the attack spread across the public like wildfire, sending shockwaves through society. It was a stunning revelation. After all, this was the first time since the founding of Starlight Academy that such an assault had occurred. At first, no one knew the identity of the attacker. The mystery lingered until the brave students who had fought back began to speak, describing the creature's appearance and its unknown origins. With that, the world was introduced to demons, an entirely new species. Panic took hold of the public. The very idea of these otherworldly beings emerging out of nowhere to attack the Academy was terrifying. If the demons were targeting the Academy, they were undoubtedly a threat to everyone. In an attempt to calm the growing unrest, the association was forced to release limited details about the demons. But even that wasn't enough to quell the fear. The tension only grew, spreading like a storm that couldn't be contained. Then, just when the fear reached its peak, the saints returned. "Don't worry about the demons. We will handle it." Their tone wasn't kind or comforting. It was sharp and cold, like an absolute order. And yet, that one statement had more impact than any explanation the association could have given. The public, who had been screaming for answers just moments before, went silent. In the presence of these towering figures, humanity's peak powerhouses, what could anyone say? The public, once rife with fear and uncertainty, had no choice but to swallow their anxiety, bow their heads, and retreat to the safety of their homes. Demons! Saint Alice, the head of all the adventurer guilds across the continent, muttered the word as she crouched down, her eyes narrowing while she examined the dried blood stains on the marble floor. "It's definitely those demons. There's no doubt in my mind." Her calm but sharp tone barely finished when an explosion of rage echoed through the hall. "How dare those demons touch my child?" Saint Melis erupted, his voice booming with fury. He stood trembling as he thought about Irvin's wounded body lying on the medical stretcher nearby. The thought alone made his blood boil. His instincts screamed for vengeance. "If I ever get my hands on them, I'll crush their skulls with my bare hands until their brains splatter across the goddamn floor." His aura flared dangerously, filling the entire space with burning pressure. Nicole sighed and looked toward another figure. "Lydia, you've been quiet. Your daughter Lyra was hurt too." Saint Lydia was trembling, not from weakness, but from the sheer restraint it took to keep her emotions in check. Her body was rigid, her lips pressed into a tight line. If I had arrived a moment too late and something had happened to her, I would have lost control. I swear, I would have stormed the demon realm myself and slaughtered them all without a second thought. Her voice was low and trembling, every syllable shaking with suppressed fury. Even the air around her was beginning to distort slightly from the magic flaring beneath her skin. Saint Myra, the Mother of Grace, gave a small sigh beside her and placed a hand on her chest. My child was injured too, but I'm just thankful she's still alive. If anything had happened to her, I don't even want to imagine what I would have done. Then she smiled faintly, a cold edge in her tone. The demons wouldn't have survived the night. It would have been hell for the demons then, St. Lucan Ravencroft commented in a low tone, barely above a murmur. What did you just say? Myra turned sharply toward him, her eyes narrowing. I didn't say anything, Lucan replied quickly, his expression neutral, though the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed the smirk he was trying to hide. Humph, you're only acting this calm because your child wasn't hurt. Myra shot back with a sharp tone. Otherwise, knowing your temper, you probably would have reduced the entire academy to ashes. Lucan lifted his chin slightly, his pride showing as he answered, I would never go that far, and you should remember, if not for my daughter Malicia, the rescue operation might have been delayed even longer. You should be grateful to her. The proud glint in his eyes made that last line all the more evident. If my daughter was harmed, I would have turned this entire region into a wild forest, Lydia muttered. I would have called down meteors and wiped the whole area off the map, Myra added without hesitation. I would have sunk the earth and buried it all, Maelys declared, still fuming. As the saints casually discussed large-scale destruction, Saint Nicole, the principal of the academy, stood on the side, staring blankly at them. Was it really a good decision to admit the children of these lunatics? But now it was far too late for regrets. Enough! A calm voice sliced through the chaos like a blade. Instantly, everyone fell silent. It was Saint Mark Ashwood, the head of the Human Association, the strongest saint among them. His words carried the authority of a king and the weight of absolute respect. Even the most hot-headed of them dared not argue. Demons have now begun targeting the next generation, the future of humanity. And what are the so-called guardians of this world doing? Bickering like children. His sharp gaze swept across each one of them. I understand your pain. Your children were hurt, and that pain cuts deeper than any sword. But they are alive. They were protected. They returned. And that, in itself, is a miracle, especially considering how dangerous demons truly are. His voice grew colder with every word, laced with undeniable truth. Alice finally broke the silence again, her tone calm but serious. He's right, St. Alice chimed in, standing up and brushing her knees off. I checked the traces in the hall. There was clear evidence that a portal had been used. The demons managed to escape through it. But the real question is, she added, her expression tightening, why didn't they kill anyone? Even after breaching the academy, not a single child was killed. That's very unlike demons. Exactly. Seeing the extent of injuries on the students, it's hard to believe that none of them were fatally harmed. Nicole added, his voice quieter now, laced with suspicion and unease. Mark's brow furrowed slightly. Did you find anything else? Alice nodded. Yes. While examining the blood samples in the hall, I discovered one that didn't belong to any of the students or instructors. And it definitely doesn't match the demonic blood either. So, what are you implying? Lucan asked, his gaze sharpening. I believe someone else was there. Someone unknown. When everyone was unconscious, this person must have arrived and fought off the demons, protecting the children until the barrier weakened. That's likely when the demons fled through the portal. Lucan's eyes widened, but he didn't argue. That's hard to believe, but I admit, it's the only explanation that makes sense. Mark folded his arms, his expression unreadable. It's not impossible, he said after a pause. But don't you think that's a bit too strange? Maelys asked. From what I heard, Even Elva got ejected by the barrier when she tried to help. Are you really suggesting that someone even stronger than her was inside during the attack? Lydia rolled her eyes. No, you idiot. What it means is that someone weaker than Elva was already inside the barrier when it activated. They held out against demons long enough for the children to survive. Honestly, even I'm finding that hard to accept. The room fell into a heavy silence. None of them had answers. They didn't know that the unknown blood belonged to Ash. And because of the rune of concealment he possessed, Alice couldn't match it to any existing sample. Just then, Nicole finally spoke up, his tone careful. Do you all remember the boy I told you about? Ray. Mark raised an eyebrow. Yes, what about him? I told you he encountered a demon inside the dungeon. He nearly died. But he said someone saved him. Someone called Unknown. Myra gasped. Wait, you don't mean? Yes. Nicole confirmed with a nod. Ray said he felt a brief presence of his figure before losing consciousness. You're not saying? Lydia whispered, her voice trembling with shock. Everyone turned silent again. Lucan finally spoke. You're telling me that the one who protected the children was unknown? Nicole didn't answer immediately. He looked at them all and said, There's a chance. No one spoke after that. Because if it was true, then the thief they branded a criminal, the one they hunted, might be the one who saved their children's lives. And that kind of truth was dangerous. Chapter 88. Bad Dream. In a small apartment that was just large enough for two people to live comfortably, a storm was brewing. This morning, a war was bound to happen. Not a real one, of course. Nancy stood near the sink, arms folded tightly across her chest, her expression sharp and serious as she stared at the innocent-looking tube of toothpaste like it had committed a personal crime. You did it again, she said in a voice that held both accusation and disappointment. Ash was brushing his teeth, half asleep and fully unaware. He turned his head slowly with a blank look in his eyes and replied, Huh! She raised her hand and pointed directly at the toothpaste, her tone sharper now. The toothpaste. You squeezed it from the middle again. Ash took the toothbrush out of his mouth, foam clinging to his lips, and gave her a tired shrug. It's just toothpaste, babe. What's the big deal? Her eyes narrowed as she responded. No. It's chaos. I don't like it and you know that. But you still did it anyway. Ash let out a short breath, his lips curling up into a small, mischievous smirk as he said through the foam, I am chaos. She rolled her eyes and replied, You're a walking red flag, with a pretty face, unfortunately. Ash grinned, clearly pleased. So you admit I have a pretty face. Without missing a beat, she picked up a towel and threw it at him. He quickly ducked, avoiding it, then said dramatically, You'll miss me when I'm gone. Nancy raised an eyebrow. You live here. You're not going anywhere. Except maybe to the couch if you keep talking. Ash gasped, putting a hand to his chest in mock betrayal. My own girlfriend is exiling me from my room? They stared at each other, the tension dissolving almost instantly. Then, in perfect sync, both of them burst into laughter, the argument forgotten as quickly as it had started. Still chuckling, Nancy walked over, took the mangled tube of toothpaste, and began fixing it properly. While smoothing it out, she mumbled just loud enough for herself to hear. Living with you is such a chore, but I don't actually hate it. Her voice softened toward the end, carrying more meaning than she let on. And just then, while she was still focused on the tube, Ash leaned forward and pressed a quick kiss to her cheek, still with foam on his lips. She recoiled instantly and yelled, Gross! He pulled back, completely unfazed, and grinned at her reaction. You're welcome. Where are you going? Ash asked, frowning slightly as he saw Nancy walking toward the door, already dressed up and tying her hair with practiced ease. I told you yesterday, didn't I? She replied while slipping on her shoes. I have a job interview today. It's kind of important. Hearing that, Ash mumbled just loud enough for himself to hear. It would be better if we just opened a shop together and ran it side by side. Of course, Nancy didn't catch that part. He stepped forward, his voice softer this time. Do you really have to go today? I don't know why, but I don't feel like letting you go. Nancy paused for a second, then turned to look at him with a smile that made something warm settle in his chest. Come here, she said gently. Without hesitation, he stepped closer. She leaned in and gave him a slow, affectionate kiss on the lips that lingered just long enough to make the room feel quieter. Even after it ended, Ash wrapped his arms around her and murmured, I still don't want you to go, though. I know, she said softly, her eyes now closed as she returned the hug. But I still have to. Ash was silent for a moment, then suddenly lit up as a thought sparked in his mind. How about this? I'll come with you. While you're in the interview, I can just wait outside. That way, we still go together. Nancy blinked, caught off guard. But don't you have to go? He interrupted, not even letting her finish. It doesn't matter. I don't know why, but I just don't want to be away from you today. That answer pulled a rare blush from her, soft and rosy on her cheeks. She looked at him for a second longer, then finally nodded. All right. So, how did it go? Ash asked as soon as he saw Nancy stepping out of the building, her expression calm but unreadable. It was fine, she said, walking straight into his arms. He hugged her tightly, as if that simple gesture could make the day better for both of them. They began walking back home together, steps relaxed and slow under the golden hue of evening. Let's eat something outside today, Ash suggested casually, glancing at her with a hopeful smile. I don't know, she mumbled, her voice unsure. Noticing her hesitation, he chuckled and reached out to hold her hand. Don't worry about the money. I got paid today for that part-time gig I took last week. Nancy pouted, puffing her cheeks just a little. But shouldn't we be saving up for our wedding? You were the one who said we need to be careful with money. So cute. Seriously, this is illegal level cute. Unable to help himself, Ash reached out and gently pinched her cheeks. Hey, don't do that in public. She swatted at his hands, face turning pink. Sorry. But I mean, how can I not? You're just too adorable. Humph. She huffed and looked away. And that grumpy face you're making now? Even cuter. Shut up, idiot. They bickered the whole way, their laughter light and teasing, until they finally reached a small restaurant tucked into the corner of the street. They ate a simple but satisfying meal, full of smiles and quiet glances. As they walked out, stomachs full and hands still linked, Nancy pointed across the road in panic. Hey, look! Ash followed the direction she was pointing and froze. A little girl had slipped away from her mother's hand and was now running straight towards the road, towards the traffic, while the pedestrian light was still red. Without a second thought, Ash sprinted forward. His body moved faster than his mind could catch up. He scooped the child up in time, wrapping his arms around her just as she reached the middle of the road. But then, a sound tore through the air, tires screeching, a horn blaring, and then, the truck was coming straight at him. What? Time slowed for a moment. Just when he thought he'd be hit, something yanked him forward, rough and sudden. Bomb! The truck hit something. No, someone. Ash scrambled upright, adrenaline surging, his vision swimming. He turned his head, and everything inside him froze. Just a few meters away, a body lay sprawled against the concrete, crumpled like a discarded doll. A pool of red slowly spread beneath her, staining the ground, her clothes, everything. His heart dropped. His legs refused to move. And Nancy? He whispered, voice trembling. The world around him vanished. The honking cars, the shouts of bystanders, the crying child in his arms, all faded into silence. Only she remained in his sight. Ash's body moved before his mind could catch up. He shoved the girl into the arms of a bystander without a word and sprinted. Nancy! Nancy, no. He fell to his knees beside her, hands trembling as he lifted her upper body into his arms. Her clothes were soaked, dark red spreading like ink in water. Her breathing was shallow, barely there, like a whisper that was fading with every second. Please, he whispered, his voice cracking.
Nancy, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean for this to happen. Please, stay with me. She smiled. Even now, in pain, her lips curved gently. That smile, soft and warm, cut deeper than any blade. It's not your fault, she said, voice barely above a whisper, fragile like glass about to break. You saved her, right? Tears rolled down Ash's cheeks. He couldn't stop them, couldn't even think. He held her tighter, blood smearing across his arms, but he didn't care. No, 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 no. Please. His voice cracked like glass beneath a boot. You're okay. You're going to be okay. I'll get help. I'll carry you myself. Just stay with me, please. She coughed softly, crimson staining the corner of her lips, yet she smiled through it. A smile that shattered him. Ash, I'm so tired. No, don't say that, he begged, pressing his forehead to hers.
I'm sorry.
I should have run faster. I should have seen the truck. I should have. Her fingers brushed his lips, weak and trembling. Stop, please. He choked on a sob. This isn't fair, he whispered, voice hoarse. We were supposed to get married. Open that dumb little shop I always talked about. Argue over toothpaste and eat street food every weekend. You said you'd pick out the curtains. Nancy let out a breath that sounded more like a sigh than life. I remember. Then why? His voice rose, wild with pain. Why now? Why today of all days? You were just going to an interview. I was just teasing you. This wasn't supposed to happen. Her hand moved to his cheek, gently wiping away the tears flowing down like a storm.
I'm glad.
I got to see you smile. One last time.
No.
Please don't. I need you to promise me something, she whispered. Ash nodded, frantically. Anything. Anything you want. Just stay awake. Okay? Don't carry this guilt, she said softly. Don't blame yourself for what happened. Live, for both of us, all right? Keep moving forward. Even if I'm not there, live like I still am. His hands clutched her tighter as he sobbed. I don't want a world without you in it. Nancy's voice grew weaker. Can you kiss me one last time? No. Please, don't make this the last one. Damn it. He broke, his voice raw. Don't leave me. Her eyes, dimming like the final flicker of a candle, locked onto his. Please. Ash leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Soft, lingering, full of everything he wanted to say but couldn't. Desperation, apology, grief, love. 1,000 emotions spilled into that single kiss. And then, she stopped breathing. Her hand fell from his cheek, and silence swallowed the world whole. Nancy Ai. His scream echoed down the street, raw and ragged, filled with disbelief and breaking bones of grief. And the sky above, so blue just a moment ago, felt impossibly far away. Chapter 89, Burning Resolve. Nancy. A tortured cry tore from Ash's throat as his body jerked upright on the infirmary bed, soaked in sweat, his chest heaving as if the air itself had become too thick to breathe. His eyes snapped open, wild and unfocused. He frantically scanned the sterile white walls around him. Where am I? The clean sheets beneath him, the soft beeping of medical instruments, and the faint scent of disinfectant gave him the answer. Infirmary? It was a dream, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper, still clinging to the fragments of the nightmare. No memory that had just ripped him apart from the inside. Wait, Alicia? His heart suddenly thudded with dread. Where is she? He asked aloud. His voice strained as he threw the blanket off and stood up. His legs wobbled, the sudden movement too much for his recovering body. But he caught himself and steadied his breath. Just as he was about to open the door, it swung in on its own. A woman in a white healer's uniform stood in front of him, her hand still raised as if she had been about to knock. Oh, Student Ash, you're awake, she said, pleasantly surprised. But Ash didn't stop. He brushed past her as though she were invisible and continued walking down the hall. Elizabeth, the head of the infirmary at the academy, blinked. She had been tasked with checking on each unconscious student after the demon attack. Most had already regained consciousness, aside from the more seriously injured. Frankly, she hadn't expected much from Ash. He was ranked last, after all. No one in their right mind would believe someone like him had fought against demons. So when she saw him awake, she was relieved. At least her job would be easier now. But then, did he just ignore me? Still, Elizabeth didn't let her composure slip. A good healer never gets upset at a patient, no matter how rude they are. You should still be resting. Even if you didn't fight in the battle, your condition. She stopped mid-sentence. Ash had turned back toward her. His blue eyes were no longer distant or clouded. They were sharp, cold, burning with intensity. And in that gaze, Elizabeth felt something she had never felt from a student before. Killing intent. "Where is Alicia?" he asked, his voice low and firm. No longer the fragile tone of someone barely standing a moment ago. Elizabeth hesitated. That girl. Wasn't she being healed by St. Myra? She recalled the strict orders. No one was allowed near the room while the saints were working on the girl. The demonic energy in her body was unstable. "You do not?" I asked. "Where is SHE?" Ash's voice cracked like thunder in the quiet corridor. His presence flared, and for a moment, Elizabeth forgot she was the head healer. She forgot her pride, her position, her experience. All she felt was the fear behind his words. Still, she pursed her lips and masked her fear with a polite smile. "Humph, you think you can treat me like that? Just you wait. Room number 234, she said curtly. "That's where she is." Ash didn't thank her. He didn't even look back. He just continued walking, no staggering, down the hallway, each step heavier than the last. His body was damaged. There were no external wounds, but his cores were fractured. If not for the rune of concealment constantly suppressing the chaotic, storm-like primordial aura surging within him, the entire infirmary could have been ripped apart by his aura alone. His aura became chaotic and violent after his core was damaged. And still, through the pain, he moved forward. Towards her. "Inside room 234. How is it?" Nicole asked St. Myra, who stood quietly by Alicia's bedside, her hands glowing with a soft, divine light. Myra's expression was grim as she held her palm above the unconscious girl. "The demonic energy is tightly wrapped around her life force," she said, voice low. "If we try to extract it by force, it could rupture her core, or even stop her heart. But if we leave it in, it might slowly eat away at her from the inside." She glanced at the others in the room. "In short, she's living on borrowed time, 6 months. That's the most she has. Maybe less." The silence that followed wasn't just quiet. It was suffocating. Like the room itself had been shackled by grief. The saints had gathered hoping to find a cure. Instead, they found a dead end. "What about your nature magic?" Nicole asked, turning to Lydia. Lydia shook her head slowly. "As I've said before, it's beyond me. Unless we seek help from the elves," Alice murmured, finishing the thought. Myra nodded. "Their ancient life magic might be strong enough to separate it. But then, we can't do that," Lucas said sharply. "The elves aren't our allies. With demons attacking the world, they'll demand more than gold. You all know how unreasonable they are." "Then what? Do we just do nothing?" Lydia snapped, irritation flaring. "I'm saying we consider everything," Lucas replied coldly. "If there's no way to save her, then perhaps ending it painlessly is kinder than watching her suffer." "Bam!" The door to room 234 shattered. "Who are you planning to kill?" A cold voice followed the bang. "Well, I didn't expect him to barge in like this." Lucas turned, watching the student who now stood before them. All of them, every saint in the room, had sensed someone eavesdropping outside. But since it was just a student, possibly a friend of the girl, they hadn't intervened. But they didn't expect his reaction to come wrapped in rage and bloodlust. "And you might be?" Mark asked, his tone layered with authority. But Ash didn't answer. He ignored Mark completely. His gaze burned with such intensity that even the saints raised an eyebrow in interest. He walked toward her with slow, deliberate steps, just focus and fury in equal measure. He reached her bedside and stopped. His eyes softened. Her face, peaceful even in sleep, was pale, but still beautiful. Not again. I won't lose you again. Not to fate. Not to demons. Not to their mercy. He held her hand gently, almost reverently, and began transferring mana into her. The saints didn't stop him. They just watched. Even Mark stayed quiet, watching the scene unfold with curiosity. After all, it wasn't every day that a 12-year-old openly ignored them. A few seconds passed. Ash removed his hand from hers and gently placed it on her forehead. Elves, huh? He muttered the thought, quietly, before bending to lift her. A hand stopped him mid-motion. He turned. And when he did, the air grew heavier. His killing intent poured out like a storm front, though none of them were affected by it. He did not use the aura of the primordial core in his killing intent, because he knew the core was cracked and its power was chaotic. He might not be able to control it and harm Alicia, and there was also the thought of not showing everything he has to the possible enemy. What do you think you're doing? Myra asked, hand still on his shoulder. I'm doing the thing none of you have the spine to do, Ash said, his voice razor sharp. Now move your hand. There may be a misunderstanding here, Maelys interjected. You might not realize who you're speaking to. I know exactly who I'm speaking to, Ash snapped. The 7 saints of humanity. Shining beacons of hope, guardians of the realm. What a joke. Lucas narrowed his eyes. Then you know better than to be this disrespectful. But Ash didn't let him finish. Disrespect? You think this is disrespect? He said, his voice rising with each word. You call standing here and begging for your life disrespect? Let me tell you this, you bastard. If it were your daughter in this bed, you wouldn't be talking about a painless death. If it were Malicia instead of Alicia, you would have sent your army against the demons and elves. You think I don't see it? You think I don't know? He stepped forward, tone shifting from rage to something far more dangerous, cold conviction. You hide behind titles, behind words like logic and sacrifice. But the truth is simple, you just don't care. Because she's not yours. Don't you dare act like you're being rational. You're being convenient. And I'm not mad at you. Hell, I understand it. That's what makes this worse. I understand it too well. If it wasn't her lying there, I wouldn't be here either. I don't hate you. This is just human nature, Ash said almost calmly now. I'm not even surprised. I'm not disappointed. You've only confirmed what I already believed. He turned again toward Alicia, preparing to lift her. But if any of you try to stop me. Before he could finish, Lucas released a thread of his aura toward Ash. It wasn't overwhelming. Just a sliver, meant to humble the boy and make him kneel for his insolence. It won't be well for any of you in the future. None of the saints moved to stop him. Instead, they watched, amused, waiting for the brat to collapse. But what happened next left them wide-eyed. The moment the aura neared Ash, it vanished, devoured completely. And Ash didn't even notice a thing. What was that? Lucas frowned, confused. He released more pressure, yet the result was the same. The aura disappeared the instant it neared Ash. Driven by disbelief, Lucas unleashed his full aura on the boy. But nothing changed. Ash remained steady, lifting Alicia into his arms as if carrying a feather, as if the world around him hadn't shifted. The other saints watched in growing shock. If that much pressure had been directed at any other child, they'd be dead by now. What the hell is this kid? The thought echoed in their minds. Meanwhile, inside Ash, the cracked primordial core pulsed faintly. Each time a saint's aura touched him, it was consumed, absorbed into the cracks, transforming into energy that slowly healed his damaged core. Lucas, unable to accept it, used telepathy to ask the others, "Release your aura. I want to see if there's a limit." Some hesitated, but when they looked at Ash, standing there unbothered, they gave in to curiosity. And so they unleashed their divine pressure. Boom! The air trembled without a sound. A pressure heavier than mountains filled the chamber. Controlled, condensed, yet suffocating in presence. Yet not a single thing in the room was damaged. Even Alicia, still unconscious in Ash's arms, remained untouched. But the saints were now sweating, staring at the boy who stood beneath the weight of their combined presence, and didn't even flinch. Not once. What the hell is he? As Ash was about to leave the room, Nicole finally spoke. Wait, Ash. Ash stopped and turned slowly. His eyes, cold, sharp, filled with bloodlust, met Nicole's. The principal held his gaze and sighed. Where are you taking her? If you're heading to the elves, you don't know how unreasonable they are to outsiders. They might take her as a hostage. You could end up putting her in more danger. He stepped forward slightly, voice firm but not unkind. Just stay here. As the principal of this academy, I'll take responsibility and negotiate with them myself. Chapter 90. Mana Contract. Where are you taking her? If you're heading to the elves, you clearly don't understand how unreasonable they can be to outsiders. There's a real chance they might see her as a bargaining chip, maybe even take her as a hostage. Instead of helping, you might end up putting her in even more danger. Nicole took a step forward, his voice firm yet not aggressive. Measured, like someone trying to guide rather than command. Just stay here. As the principal of this academy, I'll take full responsibility and personally negotiate with them. Myra finally spoke up as well. The overwhelming pressure that had been weighing down the room gradually receded, as if the saints were pulling back their power like a tide returning to sea. It's true, she said with a calm seriousness. If you travel with her in her current state, there's a real risk her condition could worsen beyond control. Meanwhile, Mark was quietly observing, thoughts swirling beneath his composed expression. He didn't even flinch under our aura. Does that mean he didn't feel it at all? Or is it some sort of dormant power buried deep within him, waiting to be awakened? Interesting. Lucan, too, was staring at Ash, his mind slowly piecing together something familiar. Ash. Why does that name sound so familiar? He wondered, frowning slightly. And then it clicked. Wait, didn't Naira mention meeting a strange boy while escorting Melissa to the academy? Could it be him? While the saints were caught in thought, Ash was consumed by something else entirely. They're right. I don't want to take unnecessary risks. But after I let that demon escape because of my own foolishness, isn't the academy more vulnerable now? Won't she still be in danger here? He voiced that concern aloud, his tone unshaken yet quietly burning. I don't trust any of you. If it came down to saving her or your own children, you'd choose your children every single time. And now that demons have attacked the academy, I don't believe this will be the last time. There's a high chance these attacks will only get worse. He looked them all in the eyes, each word like a stone cast into still water. That's why I don't trust any of you to keep her safe. Melis, clearly irritated, stepped forward with a snort. Mind your words, boy. We are protectors of humanity and… Spare me the nonsense. Ash cut in coldly, voice sharp enough to slice silence. I won't say it again. Protector or not, I don't care. If you were truly protectors, where were you when the academy was being torn apart? Don't feed me that excuse that you were off fighting another demon for humanity. Because if it takes all 7 of you just to handle one demon, then this world is already on the brink of destruction. And you're all just weak. He paused, letting the silence carry his words deeper. So how can you look me in the eye and say you can guarantee her safety if I leave her here? The room fell into an uncomfortable silence. As much as they hated to admit it, even with all their power, Ash's words weren't lies. If the Demon King himself were to attack, no one could say with confidence that anyone would survive. That's when Nicole, calm but serious, asked, So, you're saying? You believe you can protect her better than we can? Ash didn't answer right away. This time, he was the one caught in silence. Even if he wanted to argue, he knew the truth. He couldn't rely on core overload. That state would drain everything, possibly leaving him powerless. If a saint stayed behind to protect Alicia, while he went to learn life magic from the elves, that would be the best-case scenario. Just then, Alice, who had been silent the entire time, finally stepped forward and spoke with an easygoing air that contrasted the tense mood. "I'll take responsibility for her safety. How about that?" She looked directly at Ash as she spoke. Her voice was steady, her intentions clear. The words hung in the air, surprising everyone, especially Ash. "Don't give me that look," she added with a smirk. "I don't have any kids in the academy, so I won't have to make those tough choices. And let's be honest, the Adventurers Guild can function just fine without me. I'm mostly there to keep those wild adventurers in check." She glanced around the room, her tone light but her words carrying weight. "So I'm pretty free. I can stay here at the academy for the next 6 months and keep an eye on things alongside Nicole. And really, if there are 2 saints stationed here, I doubt even the boldest demons will dare come close to the academy." Ash fell into thought. It's true. Even in the novel, the demons only attacked when the saints were away, usually busy dealing with other threats, especially the Demon King's son. Unless the Demon King himself comes, no other demon will be able to breach the academy while 2 saints are watching over it. Ash bit his tongue, grateful that his face had returned to its usual expressionless state. He knew, after that emotional outburst, that his feelings weren't gone, just buried, just suppressed. But deep inside, he understood that if he worked on it, if he truly tried, and maybe one day he could bring them back. But why would she volunteer? Ash narrowed his eyes, suspicion curling through his thoughts like smoke. Before he could speak, Alice's voice cut through the tension. "You're probably wondering what I gain from this, right? What's the hidden agenda behind my offer?" Ash said nothing, but his silence itself was an answer. Alice's smile didn't waver. "Well then, here's the condition. If you want me to protect her until you return, then I want you." As soon as her words faded, the room dropped into a stunned silence. Every saint stared at her with an expression that practically screamed, "Are you out of your mind?" Sensing the heavy gazes, Alice let out a soft laugh and corrected herself. Don't get the wrong idea. I want you to become my disciple." Hearing that, another wave of shock swept the room, but no one spoke it aloud, but many had considered the same. After all, this boy, this cold, defiant child who dared face saints without flinching, wasn't ordinary. Even if they hadn't seen his full potential, the fire in him was real, a rare seed worth cultivating. None of the saints, except Nicole, knew Ash's potential only capped at the Grandmaster rank. They simply assumed his fearlessness came from raw talent. Nicole remained silent, watching events unfold. He didn't bother telling them. He also hadn't even known Ash had fought in the earlier battle against the demons. Only Elva had pieced it together after questioning the students. But she never got the chance to tell him before he left to see Alicia. Ash took a breath, then said bluntly, "I refuse." Once again, the room was stunned into silence. For a moment, it felt like they were all caught in an endless loop of disbelief, shocked again and again and again. Alice's gaze softened, but the smile she wore was too sharp to be genuine. "Why?" Her voice was smooth, but her eyes told a different story. She was doing her best to hold herself together, though a twitch in her fingers betrayed her growing frustration. Ash's voice cut through the tension, a cold certainty in his words. "It's simple. You'll regret taking me as your disciple." The words hung in the air, unapologetic, as if he were simply stating an undeniable fact. There was no second guessing. At that, Alice's smile grew, but it was the kind of smile a predator gives before they pounce. "Oh, don't worry about that." She leaned forward, the light in her eyes a dangerous mix of playfulness and calculation. "I'll only take you in after you return. If you die, well, problem solved. But if you come back alive after walking into the Elven lands, then you'll be even more worth claiming as my disciple." "Crazy. Snake," Myra and Lydia's thoughts echoed in sync, sharp and bitter. They weren't the only ones. Several saints had considered taking Ash under their wing, but none of them dared speak up. As they'd already stated, they would prioritize their own children over an unknown girl, so they stayed silent. The same silence stretched across Myra, Lydia, Lucan, and Maelys. Even Nicole said nothing. He already had Ray after all. As for Mark, the head of the Human Association, he simply watched Ash closely, his expression unreadable. His mind was working, calculating something. Whatever it was, he wasn't ready to share. Ash thought for a while and said, "You will protect her until I come back, and when I come back, if you want, you can change your decision. I won't mind it, but it's not easy for me to trust you." He turned toward Nicole and asked, "Principal, do you have a mana contract that works even on saints?" He used the word principal to remind him that he was still a student of his academy. Nicole didn't reply immediately, only sighed with a trace of bitter amusement as he took a small crystalline scroll from his robe and offered it to Ash. Ash took the scroll without a word, then gently placed Alicia back on the bed. His movements were careful, reverent, like laying down something precious. He unrolled the mana contract, its parchment glowing faintly with a silver hue, and wrote the terms clearly. His request, her protection, and the price of trust. Then he signed it without hesitation and handed it to Alice. Alice and the others watched the scene with peculiarity but didn't say anything. Alice's eyes narrowed as she read the contents, but she said nothing. A small, intrigued smile curled on her lips as she pressed her finger to the parchment. The contract glowed, and then dissolved, its magic splitting into threads that danced into both their bodies. The room held its breath. Just as the contract merged, Ash stood up and said, "Sorry for my earlier outburst, but hearing about her dying made me lose my cool, especially when someone suggested killing her." He said the last part while looking directly at Lucan. Lucan said nothing, just smiled. "Now I'll go to the Elven continent. I hope the principal will approve my leave for 6 months." Nicole sighed again after seeing how quickly Ash's behavior changed once Alice signed the contract. "Yeah, I'll allow it. The academy will be closed for a month anyway due to the demon incident, so I'll grant you 5 additional months. Just try to come back alive." "I will," Ash replied, and left the room after bowing once. Chapter 91, Whispers of a Future Storm. Just as Ash left the room, all the saints turned toward Nicole, their gazes burning with an intensity that made the air feel heavier. It was Mark who spoke first, his tone cold but calm. "You never told us there was such a bold kid in your academy. Were you secretly raising a dragon while keeping us distracted with a tiger?" Hearing that sharp remark from Mark, Nicole broke into a cold sweat. That damn brat. Because of him, I have to take all their anger on myself. "Let me he tried to explain, but Maelys didn't let him finish. He grabbed him by the collar, his eyes blazing. "That kid openly disrespected me, and I still chose to remain silent. Tell me, how do you expect my anger to just disappear after that?" "Sigh, my life really is a mess." After managing to calm them down, Saint Nicole explained everything he knew about Ash. His sudden appearance, his strange potential, and even the things Nicole himself hadn't been aware of, like how bold the kid truly was. Hearing his explanation, Alice suddenly shouted, "What do you mean his potential is capped at Grandmaster rank? Are you seriously trying to tell us that?" She stood up, visibly irritated. "He withstood all of our pressure like it didn't even faze him, and now you're saying he doesn't have high potential? I call complete nonsense on that." "I agree," Lydia chimed in, her tone equally firm. But then Mark said something that caught everyone off guard. "Don't you find all of this interesting?" he asked, his voice calm, measured, and controlled. The others fell silent, all waiting for him to continue before speaking again. "He walked in, ignored all of us completely, called us incompetent to our faces, and left the very moment Alice signed the mana contract. Like he already knew exactly how things would play out, as if every move he made was intentional, as if he was predicting our reactions." As they heard that, they began recalling the boy's words, the way he carried himself, his boldness, and when you really thought about it, it was clear that what he did wasn't just reckless. It was incredibly risky, and yet strangely calculated. But what about the reason why our pressure wasn't affecting him? Lydia asked, her brows furrowed. That's something even I don't know the answer to, Mark admitted. But what I do know is this. There's no way that boy is as simple as he seems. Just then, Lucas asked, what if he's unknown? But Myra quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. When I held his shoulder, I scanned his body, only for a split second, but there was nothing abnormal, aside from the fact that he had far more mana than a normal person at his level. In my opinion, that has something to do with his trait. And he's still just at novice rank. How could he possibly fight against those demons? Alice asked, her tone filled with disbelief. I'll conduct another potential test if he returns, she said coldly. If it really caps at Grandmaster, it's a waste to take him in as a disciple. A pity? Myra murmured, more thoughtful than upset. A bold soul with no future. Mark added, quietly but clearly. It's also true that the bold ones tend to die early. But we need more bold ones like him. Now that the demons are attacking our world. Just as his words faded, Lydia voiced the unspoken concern. Is it really all right to send a child away like that? To the elves of all people? The words slipped out like a quiet whisper, yet they struck the room like thunder. If anyone finds out, wouldn't they say we sent him to his death? The silence that followed was suffocating. Until finally it was Mark who answered. It was his choice, he said, folding his arms, his gaze unreadable. And you should all understand one thing. He did everything in his right mind. He paused, then added, that boy, he's not walking this path because we forced him to. He's walking it because he chose to. And from the way he looked at us, I'd say he knew exactly what kind of future he was stepping into. What should I do now? Ash thought as he left the room after signing the mana contract with St. Alice. His mind was strangely calm even in such a stressful situation, and it was clear that the rune of stability was working its magic, gently keeping his thoughts grounded and emotions steady, as if a quiet stream flowed through his heart, keeping the chaos at bay. Elves are a hard nut to crack, he thought to himself with a hint of helplessness, fully aware that the path he was about to walk wouldn't be easy. Even Ash knew that elves didn't easily welcome outsiders, especially not humans. There was history, deep, bitter history. Humans had once infiltrated the elven continent and stolen leaves and branches from the world tree, a sacred symbol of life and power for the elves. That single act had fractured any fragile trust that might have existed, leaving wounds that never fully healed. There was no way their relationship could be called friendly, not after something like that. That was also the reason why even the saints were hesitant to contact the elves. It wasn't just about asking for a favor. It meant confronting the past, settling old debts, and possibly being forced to agree to future demands that could be outrageous or even humiliating. The elves never forgot, and they rarely forgave, especially when it came to the sacred. But still, although strained, it's not like the two sides are at war. Ash reminded himself, holding on to that thin thread of possibility, that maybe, just maybe, something could be done. That was why it was extremely difficult, almost unreasonable, for him to even think about asking the elves to teach him life magic. It wasn't a casual request. It was something that touched the very core of their identity, their lineage, their culture. And if someone dared to question him and say, why not just ask the elves to treat Alicia directly? Ash would honestly beat them up for being stupid. Only one elf is born with life affinity in an entire generation of elves. Just one. And that elf isn't just anyone. They are the caretaker of the world tree, the spiritual pillar of the elven race, and also the head of their people, someone who holds a position equivalent to that of a king or even higher. How could Ash, a human, walk up and ask someone like that to leave their sacred land and come heal a human girl? It was unreasonable, even laughable, and would probably offend the entire elven race. But at the same time, getting someone like that to teach him was no less of a challenge. It would take more than determination. It would take courage, luck, and maybe even something beyond fate. No matter what, I have to do it, he told himself again, more firmly this time, as if etching it into his soul. Because this wasn't about pride or fear. It was about Alicia's life. Malicia Ravencroft. Where did he go? She thought to herself but, as usual, received no answer. Ever since she had seen him that day, fighting the demon with that overwhelming power, her heart had been beating wildly, like it was trying to break free from her chest. This was an unfamiliar and strange feeling. She had never experienced something like this before. Even when she liked Ray, back then, her heart would flutter gently, like a breeze passing through cherry blossoms. But now it was like thunder, pounding like it would burst through her chest. I need to find him. I still have the demon's corpse, and I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with it. The demon's body, which she had quietly retrieved after the battle, was still in her possession. She hadn't told anyone about it, just like she hadn't told anyone about Ash's power. Not a single word. She had kept everything to herself. And yet her mind was filled with countless questions. Who is he, really? What was that power he used during the fight? How can he use both sword and magic together like that? Why is he hiding such overwhelming strength? And many, many more questions swirled around, refusing to leave her alone. But before she could get any answers, she needed to find him first. Where the hell did he go? He wasn't in his room. He's seriously making me run around this much just to find him. She was just about to curse him out loud when her eyes finally spotted him. He was standing near one of the large windows of the infirmary building, his gaze focused somewhere far beyond the academy walls, lost in deep thought. From what she could see, he looked completely absorbed in whatever he was thinking, unmoving and silent. He was wearing the standard infirmary clothes, and his silvery white hair swayed gently in the wind coming through the open window. In that quiet moment, he looked ethereal. No, more than that, he looked charming. The sight of him standing like that made her heart skip a beat, and she felt a warm rush of heat rising to her cheeks. She took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself down and act normal. "You're awake," she said as she slowly walked up to him. Upon hearing her voice, he turned around, and for the very first time since she had met him, she saw it, a faint smile on his face. Seeing that slight smile, her thoughts froze instantly. Her mind went completely blank. Eso. Her thoughts scrambled like broken static on an old radio. Handsome. The only word her brain managed to form was handsome. In truth, ever since his emotions had burst out earlier, Ash had felt a tiny shift, just enough control to slightly move the corners of his lips. It wasn't much, just the bare minimum to make a faint smile, but to him it was everything. For Ash, even this small smile felt like he had won a once-in-a-lifetime jackpot. He had come to a conclusion: if letting his emotions loose helped him regain control, then maybe, just maybe, that was the key to bringing his emotions back. But he couldn't afford to put Alicia's life in danger every time just to do that. But he couldn't risk Alicia's life every time to do it. There had to be another way. There had to be. "It's good to see you," Ash said. His calm voice brought Malicia out of her daze. "So, how are you? Do you feel all right? Are your injuries better now? Did everything heal properly?" She started asking question after question without giving him a chance to answer any of them. Her words tumbled out, clearly showing how worried she had been. "I knew it, she's cute." He had thought that the very first time he saw her. Now, seeing her flustered, worried, and still managing to rattle off questions like a machine gun, he was certain that first impression wasn't wrong. Once she finally stopped talking to catch her breath, Ash calmly replied, "I'm well and fine, as you can see." Hearing his voice and knowing that he really was okay, Malicia smiled softly. But right after that, she became serious again and looked him straight in the eyes. "Now, can you tell me about that?" she asked directly, her expression making it clear she wasn't going to let this go easily. Ash's face returned to its emotionless state. The faint smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. He sighed quietly, almost too softly to notice, and said, "Let's change places and talk about it somewhere else." Hearing that, Malicia didn't say anything. She simply nodded her head in agreement and followed him out of the infirmary. Chapter 92. Questions and Answers. Ray Dawson POV. Do you suspect anyone? Etheris asked calmly, his voice echoing gently in Ray's mind. Ray, who was quietly staring at his glowing golden status window, didn't respond right away. Emergency quest failed. Quest: kill the 2 demons. There will be no penalty for the failure of the quest, as it was an emergency quest. Reading the message, a bitter feeling began to rise within Ray's chest, like a wave of guilt and helplessness swelling from somewhere deep inside. But he took a breath and pushed it down, suppressing the emotion before it could cloud his thoughts. He finally answered Etheris's question, his voice low and steady. I suspect that person, the one called Unknown, he said quietly. Ray was currently lying on the infirmary bed. Some time ago, his master had visited to check on him, and during that time, he had shared his suspicion that this mysterious figure, Unknown, might be the one who had saved them from the demons. I know you already told your master about that unknown guy, but who is he really? Hearing the question, Ray shifted slightly and began recounting everything, how he encountered him for the first time and what he remembered. So you're saying this Unknown only shows up when you're unconscious? Yeah. Remember what you told me after I regained consciousness? Yeah. I told you that my field of vision became very limited after you passed out. I couldn't see much, everything went blurry, but even then, I could still sometime hear the sound of sword cutting through the air near me. It echoed faintly, but just when it seemed to approach me, it would vanish the very next second. I also heard thunder cracking. That's all I can recall. I didn't see anything. I didn't sense anything. Just those strange sounds. It was like someone knew exactly how close they could get to you without being noticed. As if they understood your range of perception perfectly, Ray interrupted, finishing the thought with a thoughtful look. Yeah, exactly. That's Unknown. There's someone out there who knows everything about me, everything I can and can't do. But the messed up part is, I don't know a single thing about him. Not even a name or a face. Isn't that name, Unknown, just too perfect for someone like that? I honestly don't know what to do anymore. I'm weak. I really am. If it wasn't for the system, I would have been dead long ago. Etheris's next words came with a thoughtful pause. Don't you suspect that boy, Ash? You know, he just appeared out of nowhere, destroyed that portal, and fought the demon like it was nothing. The moment Etheris said the name, Ray went silent. Ash. Ha! He knew Ash. He was known as a boy with average talent, someone with weak potential. But even so, he was incredibly hardworking. The kind of guy who never backed down from training, no matter how harsh it got. He had surprised everyone, Ray included, in the fight against the demons. When Instructor Elva placed him into Class 1S, Ray believed there was something special about Ash for her to do that. But even knowing that, he also knew one undeniable fact. Ash was a mage. And there was no way a mage could be the person known as Unknown. As Unknown has dual class. Sure, he had lightning affinity. And yeah, he'd done some amazing things recently. But if Ray started suspecting every swordsman or mage who could use lightning magic, he'd just end up being that paranoid guy who questioned everyone. He's not Unknown, Ray finally said with quiet conviction. How can you be so sure? I just know, Ray replied, his tone firm but distant. With that, he closed his eyes, falling into deep thought, wondering what path he should take next, and how long he could keep walking it alone. Is this place good enough? Malicia asked as they were currently inside a luxurious cafe, one that was meant only for the rich and elite students of the academy. The cafe had private rooms, and each room was enhanced with detection and sound-blocking magic. It was perfect for anyone who wanted to have a secret conversation without being overheard or interrupted. Yeah, it's good, Ash replied, as he sat down on the chair in front of Malicia. He was wearing a casual outfit, a white shirt paired with black pants. He had changed into this after finding out that they were coming to this place. Seeing him sit down without asking her to sit first or showing any form of basic courtesy, Melissa felt that he was really dense when it came to these things. Idiot. She mentally muttered, suppressing a sigh. Still, she didn't complain. She sat down across from him, trying not to show her mild annoyance. They ordered coffee, and after that, silence settled over the room like a soft blanket. Why is he not saying anything? Melissa thought to herself, feeling the stillness grow heavier with every passing second. But then, Ash finally opened his mouth. So, what do you want to ask? Go ahead. I'll try my best to answer it. Hearing that, she didn't hesitate. She immediately asked the question that had been burning in her heart for a long time now. Why did you hide your powers? To that, he replied in a calm tone, almost like he had rehearsed it 100 times. I didn't hide them. I just wasn't strong from the beginning. What you saw wasn't some hidden talent or secret power. It's the result of my training. That's all. Melissa narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze searching his face. Training alone doesn't make someone fight like that. So what kind of training did you do? It wasn't anything fancy, just a lot of repetition. Every day, over and over. She frowned slightly but moved on to her next question. How did you know the demons were going to attack? I overheard them talking. His reply was as calm as before, almost too calm. Melissa leaned in slightly, raising an eyebrow. You heard them? Where? When? No one else sensed them, not even the professors. I was nearby. I don't know why no one else noticed. Hearing that, she looked at him with clear suspicion in her eyes, but his face remained completely expressionless. It didn't show anything, not even the smallest twitch that could give him away. TSK. Clicking her tongue in annoyance, she continued her questioning, though each answer left her with more questions than before. How can you use both magic and a sword at the same time? It was just one spell I found in the library. It doesn't work without the sword, so I have to use both together. She didn't look convinced, but she still pressed on. What is that sword you were using? The one that melted and turned into a ring around your finger? Hearing that, Ash glanced down at the white, beautiful ring resting on his finger. So this was my sword, huh? I should probably give it a proper name. Calling it just sword all the time doesn't sound right. It's a special sword. Just know that much. Hearing yet another vague answer, Melissa couldn't help but pout in frustration. But then, after a moment, she asked her final question, the one she had hesitated to bring up until now. Are you the unknown that's been getting famous recently? This time, Ash fell completely silent. He didn't respond right away. Instead, he stared at nothing in particular, thinking for a moment. After weighing his thoughts, he finally answered, deciding to trust her. Yes. Melissa's eyes widened slightly. She didn't expect him to just admit it so easily. Does anyone else know? No. You're the first person I've told. Her heart skipped a beat hearing that. She felt a strange kind of happiness rise up from deep inside her heart. I'm the first one he trusted enough to tell this to. Does that mean I'm special to him? Am I the only one who knows the real Ash? She looked at him again, a little softer this time, the earlier frustration replaced with something gentler. Just then, Ash decided to drop a quiet bomb that would shatter the calm air around them. Now that I've answered all your questions, I need to tell you something important. I'll be leaving the academy for 6 months. His tone was even almost too calm for a statement that heavy. Melissa froze. Her fingers, which had been resting loosely on the table, curled into a tight grip. Her lips parted, but no sound came out for a second. Her brain took a heartbeat longer than usual to catch up with what he had just said. What? She blinked rapidly, then raised her voice, just slightly. What do you mean you're leaving? You can't just vanish like that. Students don't just walk out of the academy on their own. She sounded more shocked than angry, like someone trying to hold together a fragile piece of glass that had just cracked. Ash's eyes didn't waver. I've already received Principal Nicole's permission. Everything's been approved. She stared at him like he had slapped her. In truth, she believed that if he slapped her, that would be much better. Melissa bit her lip, her throat tightening as a lump of something unspoken began forming there. Where are you going? She finally asked, barely above a whisper. I don't know yet, he replied honestly. There are things I need to understand, and places I need to reach. But when I return, I promise I'll tell you everything. He stood up, slowly, like the moment didn't need a rush. But before he could take a step, Melissa pushed her chair back and stood as well. Wait! Ash turned, pausing mid-step. She hesitated, her fists clenched at her sides. Then, with a quiet breath, she lifted her hand and revealed a small, shimmering space ring in her palm. When the battle was over and everyone was unconscious, I took the demon's body. Her words were quiet, but they dropped like stones. No one knows I have it, not even the professors. I stored it in this ring. Ash's eyes widened in disbelief. She really did that? I was frustrated I couldn't retrieve the demon's body after the battle. But who would have thought she'd be the one to bring it to me like this? Just as he reached out to take the ring, Melissa pulled her hand back. Her eyes locked onto his, filled with something sharp yet gentle. I'll give it to you, but only on one condition. Ash raised an eyebrow, his voice still calm. And what would that be? I want you to promise me something. Her voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from all the emotions she had been bottling up. Promise me that you'll come back. No matter what happens, I want you to return alive, safe and whole. She looked down for a second, then added quieter. And when you do, I want answers. Real ones. No vague half-truths.
No dying.
I want to understand you. Not this version you show the world, but the real you. Ash looked at her for a moment. It wasn't a heavy condition. If anything, it felt more like a heartfelt plea. He nodded. All right, I promise. Melissa's tense expression softened, blooming into a warm smile. She placed the ring in his hand without another word. And just like that, they left the cafe together. But neither of them noticed a presence watching them from the shadows as they left the cafe. A pair of red eyes gleamed coldly, hidden in the distance, fixated on the two walking side by side, on Melissa, smiling like a fool. This lowly bastard. Chapter 93, Elixir of Life. Ethan Nightshade POV. He was a prodigy, at least that's what everyone used to call him when he was little. And he liked it. From an early age, he was good at most things. When he awakened with the assassin class, he easily learned all the basic techniques and quickly picked up advanced ones as well. Everything seemed to come naturally to him. And then he got engaged to Melissa. The moment he saw her for the first time, he had fallen for her. Not just for her beauty, which was undeniable, but also for the grace and warmth she carried with her. Her smile, her voice, her very presence had etched itself deep into his heart. Everything in his life was going well, until he entered the academy. That was where it all changed. He witnessed a moment that shattered everything he believed in. Melissa, the girl he loved, the one he thought he was meant to be with, was looking at a boy named Ray Dawson with eyes that sparkled like stars. Eyes that had never looked at him the same way. That was the thought that hit him hardest. For the first time, he began to question everything. He had never even considered the possibility that she might not feel the same way about him. In reality, their engagement was nothing more than a promise made by their parents. An agreement. Their engagement had been scheduled to be official at the age of 15, with marriage planned at 20. The whole world believed they were bound together, especially after St. Lucian himself had publicly acknowledged it. But now, watching her trying to impress Ray, that illusion crumbled. His heart cracked, and in its place, resentment slowly began to build. That was the moment Ethan decided that the boy named Ray Dawson needed to disappear. But things rarely go the way one plans. The very next day, St. Nicole, the revered principal of the academy, personally accepted Ray as his disciple. No one else in the academy knew about this sudden development, but Ethan had his sources. His family had informed him directly, warning him not to provoke Ray or make him an enemy under any circumstances. So he stayed quiet. He didn't act. He buried his frustration and anger deep within. In truth, It was Ash's interference that caused Ray to become Nicole's disciple ahead of schedule. Because of that one change, the confrontation between Ethan and Ray that had been destined to happen never came to pass. In the original story, they were meant to clash multiple times. It was through those conflicts that Ray would have slowly come to realize Melicia's feelings for him. But that version of the story never unfolded. Instead, Ray unintentionally distanced himself from Melicia. That, in a strange twist of fate, became Ethan's blessing. Ray never seemed interested in her. His affection for Alicia was obvious to the entire academy, clear as daylight. And then, one day, Melicia stopped approaching Ray altogether. Ethan had felt a quiet joy then, thinking she had finally given up on that fruitless pursuit. Because of that, his relationship with Ray became a little less tense. Not exactly friendly, but no longer openly hostile either. Then came the demon attack on the academy. In that moment of chaos, Ethan had thought, if I could defeat them, I could become famous. I could finally stand out in the academy. Everyone would know my name. His thinking was naive, the kind of ambition born from youthful pride. But in the end, he was still just a child, clinging to a dream of recognition. Reality, however, was far less kind. He fought with everything he had, every ounce of strength, every skill he knew, and still, he lost consciousness in the middle of the battle. When he woke up, the demons had already escaped. No one could tell who had protected the academy in their absence. I'm weak. I couldn't even stay awake. I couldn't protect anyone. That thought echoed in his mind over and over, carving deep into his heart. And from that point on, his resolve to become stronger burned brighter than ever. Later that day, as he wandered outside to clear his head, he saw something that twisted his heart all over again. Melicia and Ash walking together into a nearby cafe. Seeing her with him brought back painful memories of the demon attack. How Ash had fought so fiercely. How he had held his ground against a demon when even Ethan had fallen. He couldn't deny it. Ash had grown frighteningly fast. It was just the other day that Ethan had beaten him during the entrance exam without much effort. And yet now, Ash was standing tall, standing firm, holding back real monsters. What terrifying growth. Ethan was genuinely shocked, even impressed. But as he remembered how Ash's potential had been rated low, a different emotion began to rise. One that drowned out all admiration, anger and disgust. How dare he try to get close to Melicia? He thought those words bitterly as he watched them walk out of the cafe. Melicia smiling like an idiot, her face glowing with laughter. His heart, already cracked, was now torn apart. That was when he made his decision. He would kill him. There was no powerful figure behind Ash, no one to protect him like Ray had. Ashburn. Ray Dawson POV. What? Alicia is still unconscious? Ray's voice rang with disbelief as he heard the news from the nurse who had just brought him food. Without another thought, he dropped everything and dashed out of the room, the tray clattering behind him. His heart was pounding louder than his footsteps as he ran through the corridor, each step a blur of worry and fear. Sigh. When will he outgrow this pathetic impulsiveness? Etheris grumbled inside his mind but didn't bother to stop him this time. Ray soon reached the corridor, but something caught his eye. The door to the room next to Alicia's was shattered, splinters of wood scattered across the hallway. Still, he paid it no mind. All his thoughts were locked onto room number 235. As he pushed open the door, a quiet scene unfolded before him. A small crowd had gathered around Alicia, who lay peacefully on the bed, her face pale but serene. Grace, Amelia, Lyra, and even Aurora were all present, standing silently around her, their expressions clouded with concern. At the sound of the door creaking open, they turned toward Ray, their eyes briefly meeting his before drifting back to the figure seated closest to Alicia's bed. It was Alice. She sat beside Alicia with a casual air, her legs crossed as she read from a holographic comic screen, a quiet chuckle occasionally escaping her lips as if nothing around her demanded worry. Despite the tension in the room, none of the girls said anything to her directly. But from their expressions, it was clear. They were all troubled. Deep down, they knew the truth. She was a saint, But no one dared voice it aloud. No one except, who the hell sits and reads comics near an unconscious patient? Ray shouted, marching forward without a second thought. The room froze. In an instant, all the girls shared the same internal reaction. Did he just? Oh gods, he actually said it. He's gonna die. This is it. Goodbye, Ray. Even Etheris, usually composed and haughty, snapped in his mind. You absolute moron. That's a saint you're talking to. If you value your miserable existence, apologize immediately. Ray felt his body stiffen at the scream in his mind, the blood draining from his face as realization crashed over him like a wave. The woman closed her comic screen slowly, placing it aside, her eyes locking onto Ray's with amusement. This academy really is something else, she said with a soft, eerie giggle. One student dares curse at a saint. Another dares yell at her. It's been a while since things were this entertaining. Her gaze sharpened as she leaned slightly forward. You're Ray Dawson, aren't you? Ray swallowed and nodded stiffly.
Yes.
You're an interesting one. A good seed indeed. Ray didn't know how to respond to that, so he bowed slightly, flustered. I apologize. I didn't know who you were. Alice shrugged nonchalantly. It's fine. I don't mind a bit of excitement. Just then, Grace, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and asked the question on everyone's mind. Can you tell us now why she isn't waking up? Ray's heart skipped a beat as his attention snapped back to Alicia. Alice glanced at the sleeping girl beside her, then spoke with a calm, clinical voice. She's injured. If her condition isn't healed within 6 months, she'll die. The words struck like a thunderclap. Everyone went pale. What do you mean by that? Ray asked, his voice trembling as he stepped closer to the bed, trying to reach for Alicia's hand. But Alice stopped him with a firm hand. Don't touch her. You might hurt her more. Ray frowned. But I would never harm her. Alice looked him dead in the eyes and replied coldly, Never be too sure of yourself. There was a long silence. Then Grace spoke again, more hesitantly this time. Was even my mother unable to heal her? Alice nodded. Yes, not even the Saint of Light could do it. Grace went quiet. If even her mother, Saint Myra, had failed, then the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. Alicia, she bit her lip, clenching her fists. Her heart ached. Alicia had been her first friend, her closest friend. Alicia was her first real companion, someone who stood by her even when no one else did. Her heart was aching at the thought of her dying. Ray, meanwhile, was in turmoil. Panic, confusion, and desperation whirled inside his mind. Then he remembered the one thing that might help, his system. Scan Alicia. Check if there's anything in the store that can help heal her. He commanded silently. In response, a faint, invisible wave of energy radiated from him. Neither Alice nor the others sensed it. It was a hidden function of the system. Scanning. Scan complete. Item detected. Elixir of life. Capable of fully healing the target. Ray's heart leapt with joy, but just as he was about to celebrate, the system dropped the bombshell. Item cost. 1 million system points. His smile froze. How many points do I even have right now? Current points. Less than 10,000. Can I earn 1 million points within 6 months? Even if Host completes all available quests, it would still be nearly impossible to gather that many points in 6 months. Due to Host's current strength, high-difficulty quests that give large amounts of points are also inaccessible. Ray bit his lip. Then what would my strength need to be to collect that many points? There was a long pause. Then the system replied. If Host reaches expert rank, it will be possible to gather that amount of points within 5 months. But reaching that level will require extreme effort, sacrifice, and discipline. Ray clenched his fists. Expert rank. 2 whole ranks above me. He looked at Alicia once more, her face so peaceful, so fragile. And in that moment, something inside him shifted. Chapter 94. A Hero. After separating from Milicia, Ash went straight to his dorm room with the demon's corpse safely stored inside a space ring. As soon as he reached his room, he made sure to close the window tightly, pulled the curtains all the way shut, and locked the door behind him with extra care, making absolutely sure no one would barge in unexpectedly. Just to be completely safe, he even activated Omni Thought for a few moments, letting his senses stretch out in every direction, searching for any trace of life or mana nearby, but there was nothing. He was completely alone. Only then did he let out a breath and take out the corpse of the demon. It's real. Ash thought silently as he stared at the lifeless body of Mirek sprawled out before him. Even though he already knew that a demon's corpse didn't usually have anything useful or valuable left behind, he still decided to search it. A part of him couldn't help but cling to the hope that there might be something, anything worthwhile hidden on it. He didn't want to miss a single clue. He searched for quite some time, carefully examining everything from the clothes to the skin, even looking under the armor fragments and inside the pockets, but in the end he found nothing. His heart began to sink with disappointment, the kind that slowly crept in when you realized all your efforts might be in vain. But just as he was about to give up, his fingers brushed against something odd, something that seemed to be poking out from the severed neck of the corpse. What is that? He narrowed his eyes, curiosity rekindled, and gently reached in to pull it out. It was a small bead, no larger than a marble, and it was blood red in color. The surface was smooth but engraved with a menacing dragon face that seemed to almost come alive under the light. What is this thing? Ash muttered in confusion, turning the bead over in his hand. He was sure of it now, the novel never mentioned anything like this. This wasn't something he remembered from any arc or chapter involving Mirek. Still unsure, he cautiously supplied a bit of mana into the bead, just to see if it reacted. And react it did. The bead began to glow with a dim red light, and a holographic screen suddenly appeared right in front of him, floating in midair. His eyes widened as he took in the image. A map? No, wait, a treasure map? Ash felt a rush of excitement coursing through his veins as he saw the red X marked clearly on the landscape shown on the screen. But where is this location? He frowned, studying the map closely. He had memorized the entire map of the human continent after all the time he spent in the Academy Library, but the terrain and features shown here didn't match anything from the human lands. Then something clicked inside his head. Wait a second. Is this the Dragon Continent? His heart skipped a beat as he stared harder. He remembered looking at maps of other continents too, just in case, and this landscape matched perfectly. This location. Isn't it the same one where that rune was hidden? Ash thought with sudden alarm, 1,000 thoughts racing through his mind all at once. Don't tell me. In the original story, Mirek and Zarek explored this exact place and became powerful from the resources they found there. That was their rise in the novel. After that, Ray went there, and through protagonist luck, he ended up finding a rune left behind. Ash's breath caught in his throat as he put the pieces together. So that's how it was supposed to go. No wonder when Ray arrived at the place later, all the treasures were already gone. The only thing he found was the rune, which was probably something the demons couldn't use or didn't recognize. He knew there were 2 powerful runes located deep within the Dragon Continent. In the original novel, Ray managed to get both of them eventually, and they played a huge part in his future strength and growth. One of those runes was located exactly where the map was pointing. The other was inside the lair of the dragons, the legendary place where the dragons hoarded their treasure and kept their most valuable relics hidden away from the world. Ash had never planned to go after those runes so early. They were distant goals, things he thought he would deal with much later, when he was strong enough to survive the journey. He had almost forgotten about them completely. But what if I can get them now? Even if he couldn't get both, just obtaining the rune from the location marked on the map would be enough to push his power several steps forward. If he could absorb that rune, he might gain the strength he needed to stand toe-to-toe with beings far stronger than him. Even if not, with the resources and treasures that place will have, it will be a great boost in his strength. He might even be able to use its power to approach the elves, to earn their trust, and possibly even learn life magic, the most guarded magic of their race. But something like that wasn't simple. He would need a solid plan. He would have to prepare for every possible danger. He couldn't just rush into the dragon continent blindly. So Ash sat down, eyes still on the glowing map hovering in front of him, and slowly began preparing for his next move. While Ash was preparing for his journey, the entire world outside buzzed with the latest announcement made by the Human Association. Now, if someone were to ask, what is the most effective way to control a panicking crowd, to suppress the growing fear spreading among the masses, many would answer with violence. Others might suggest tightening control, increasing fear even more so the people stay silent. But the real answer, the one that truly works when dealing with public unrest, is simple yet powerful. It is to give them a hero, a shining symbol, a bright star whose very existence brings hope. Someone with the strength and charisma to suppress panic and restore order with nothing but their presence. So, after much discussion behind closed doors, the Human Association made a public announcement introducing Ray Dawson to the world. They described him as humanity's first-ever all-affinity user, someone born with the ability to wield every element. A once-in-a-millennium genius with unmatched sword talent and a future brighter than any before him. Alongside him, they also spoke of other rising stars, young warriors who had fought bravely against the demons. Names like Aurora, Ethan, and a few others were mentioned with praise. But none of them came close to the attention Ray received. Ray became the center of it all, the face of hope, the icon of a new era. The strongest first year of Starlight Academy, rumored to be powerful than most of the second years, and now the people's chosen hero. The timing of this news wasn't random either. It was released shortly after their private conversation with Ash. They didn't mention Ash's name because they were almost entirely certain that Ash would not return alive from his journey. Even Alice has only signed mana contract for fun, and she liked gambling. After all, for a person who is centuries old, what is 6 months of time? In truth, if he had been someone with high potential, or someone who showed signs of becoming a future powerhouse, they never would have sent him. But Ash had been marked early on as someone with low potential, a student barely worth the attention of the higher-ups. And in the grand scheme of things, they didn't care for every life in the human continent. To them, the loss of a few individuals was acceptable, as long as the death toll didn't reach the thousands. That was the cold, unspoken mindset of those old folks who pulled the strings from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, somewhere deep in a forsaken, shadow-cloaked corner of the world, far away from human lands, a piece of unexpected news was being delivered to a being who should never be disturbed lightly. So, you're telling me, a mere child, barely 12 years old, managed to kill Mirek? And you only survived because Mirek sacrificed himself for you? The voice that asked this question dripped with cruelty and contempt, as if the very air trembled at the sound of it. Why yes, my prince, the demon replied with a trembling voice, his body visibly shaking as he knelt before the black throne. And you said, this child used dual classes? Just like I do. Why yes, my prince. He had 2 classes, at least that's what it looked like. Was he a demon? The prince asked, his tone now laced with a hint of suspicion. And no, my prince. I swear on my life he was definitely a human. I'm absolutely sure. But there was something strange. At one point during the battle, his power suddenly surged as if he had activated some hidden ability, like a last resort skill. Not only that, he was healing from his injuries non-stop. It was like nothing could kill him. He was just recovering over and over, like some immortal beast. He was really terrifying. The demon whispered under his breath, his voice barely audible, as if still haunted by the memory. A strange, heavy silence settled inside the dark hall, and in that moment of stillness, the prince, son of the demon king, a being whose very existence sat at the peak of destruction, finally spoke again from atop his throne made of obsidian and bone. His rank was that of demon king, one of the few who stood at the absolute summit of the demon hierarchy. Tell me something, Zarek, he said slowly, his voice as cold as ice and sharp as blades. Was this child more terrifying than me? As he spoke, his eyes glowed with a blinding, ominous light, piercing through the pitch-black darkness that surrounded the throne and his figure. Hearing that question, Zarek's entire body went stiff. Oh no. A split second later, without even a sound, Zarek's head exploded into nothingness, blood, bone, and thought erased in an instant. His lifeless body crumpled to the floor. A variable, huh? The prince muttered softly to himself, voice laced with interest rather than concern. Just then, another demon silently appeared beside Zarek's fallen corpse and immediately knelt down with practiced respect. "Greetings, my prince," the demon said without raising his head. "Why have you come?" the prince asked lazily, as if Zarek's death was already forgotten. "There has been news from the human continent. After the recent incident at the academy, 2 saints are to be stationed there for the foreseeable future. Anything else?" "Nothing that would catch your interest, my prince." There was a pause. Then the prince spoke again, his tone laced with amusement and hidden curiosity. "Search information about the child named Ashburn, as your will commands, my prince. Also, accelerate the space infiltration process. With 1 less saint watching for now, we can push harder without being noticed." "Yes, my prince. I shall begin immediately." With that, the demon vanished, taking Zarek's lifeless body with him. The throne room returned to silence, not even a drop of blood left behind. Clean, cold, and quiet. The prince leaned back on his throne, a cruel smile creeping across his face as he whispered the name again. "Ashburn. Kakik. Interesting. I look forward to meeting him in person." The hall echoed with his twisted laughter, rising slowly from a chuckle into something darker, deeper. An omen to the world that something dangerous had begun to stir. Kikik. Hiheha. Chapter 95. For her, I destroy. The damage had healed remarkably fast. Ash couldn't help but think about it as he examined his core. This is really strange, he mused, inspecting the almost complete healing of his core. I was expecting it would take at least a couple of weeks, but here it is, nearly fully healed already. Just another day or 2, and it'll be good as new. There was no searing pain anymore, just a lingering sense of tightness in his chest. Not suffocating, just the aftertaste of a battle hard fought. Ash slowly stood up from his lotus position, stretching slightly, feeling the stiffness leave his body like dust shaking off a blade. He summoned his sword, willing it to manifest. The ring on his finger melted into the form of a delicate jian, a sword that felt perfectly balanced. The white handle glistened softly in the dim light, and the blade shimmered with a mirror-like surface, black lines running along the sheath. If it can just form into a ring, why does it need a sheath? He thought, his mind wandering as he stared at the blade. Then it occurred to him that Gary must have designed it this way because he didn't know Ash's preference, whether Ash liked to show off the sword or keep it concealed. "All right, let's name you, buddy," Ash said aloud, smiling faintly. The sword responded with a buzz, as though it was eager to hear its name. He gave a small sigh and stared at the weapon, feeling the low hum of its presence. Ash stood alone in his room, the clock ticking softly on the wall. It was 8 at night. The sky outside was deep blue, dotted with scattered stars. He was planning to leave early in the morning, just before dawn, when the world was quiet and asleep. Yesterday had been eventful. He talked with the saints, laid down the foundation for his journey, even made plans that could possibly change the course of everything. And today, after confirming that his core was almost healed, he decided he would leave the academy at dawn. "Let's see what name would suit you, How about White?" As soon as he said it, the sword trembled lightly in his hand, vibrating in a way that felt annoyed, almost insulted. "Not liking that, huh?" Ash chuckled softly, shaking his head. "All right, how about Dyrnwa? Shring." The sword let out a sharp, metallic whine that pierced the silence of the room like a blade through cloth. "But that's already a famous white-hilted sword," Ash muttered, scratching the back of his head. "Legendary or not, you probably don't want to share a name." He sighed again, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "If you're not into that either, then how about Eclipse?" The moment he said it, the sword buzzed, not violently, but like a deep resonance echoing from within, as if the name had been carved into its identity long before Ash ever said it aloud. Eclipse, a phenomenon where light and shadow collide, where even the sun can be swallowed by darkness, just like you, hidden within a ring, disguised, but when revealed, you devour everything in your path. Buzz, you like that, don't you? Ash asked as he smiled. All right then, from now on, your name is Eclipse. With the naming ceremony done, Ash reformed the sword into a ring and slipped it back onto his finger. Its weight was subtle, but its presence lingered like a quiet storm. But his night wasn't done. Ash turned toward the door. There was one last thing, one important, dangerous, and absolutely necessary thing he needed to do before he could leave the academy. No matter how much he trusted the Saints, his mind wouldn't rest easy. Not when Alicia was still here. Not when demons, cloaked in human skins, were walking the halls of the academy, hiding in plain sight. So Ash had made a choice. It was simple in concept, but massive in consequence. He was going to purge every single demon hidden inside the academy, one by one. For Alicia, if I do that, then there'll be no internal danger left. The only threats after that will come from outside, and those the Saints can deal with on their own. She'll be safe. This decision, this one action, was going to change the future he knew. It would sever the demons' communication lines. It would throw their plans into chaos. It would delay their attack on the academy, buying time. And Ash believed, no, he knew, he'd be back before they could infiltrate again. If doing this means I can keep her safe, then I don't care what kind of future I destroy. With that thought echoing in his heart, he stepped out of his room. His destination was clear, Ray Dawson. Because let's be real, the demons inside the academy weren't some low-tier scum. They were powerful. They were staff members. And Ash couldn't take them all down alone. Not unless he used core overload, which came with its own deadly risks. But he didn't need to fight. Thanks to his primordial core, he could see through the disguises, he could identify the demons. So his plan was straightforward. He would gather the names and faces of every single demon hiding in the academy. And then he would give that list to Ray. Why Ray? Because despite being dense sometimes, Ray was still the protagonist. And with that cheat-like system of his, Ash was sure the guy had already sensed something weird happening around him. He had to know someone was interfering with his fate by now. That alone made Ash confident Ray would believe the list he will be giving Ray. In fact, with Ray's hatred for demons, the moment he saw that list, he'd probably act without question. And if that idiot can't figure out that someone has been messing with his life all this time, then maybe he really is just a stupid bastard. Ash smirked to himself, shadows gathering under his eyes as he walked through the dark hallway. Because tonight, he was the storm that would sweep through the academy and erase the darkness before it could ever reach her. What is this? Ray thought as he looked outside his door. He had just returned from training, his body a little sore, his breath steady, but something immediately caught his attention. Packet. It was lying right outside his door, plain and simple, with his name written neatly on the top. Ray picked it up, his brows furrowed slightly in confusion, and then walked inside his room, closing the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching from the corner. Ash stood silently from a distance, watching the scene unfold from the shadows of the corridor. He had already finished preparing a complete list of all the demons currently hiding within the academy, thanks to the ability of his primordial core, which could now identify demonic presences with frightening accuracy. On top of that, the knowledge he possessed from the novel gave him a clear advantage, allowing him to confirm the names and faces of those who weren't supposed to be here. He had been waiting for the right moment. He had made the list in advance, just in case it was ever needed. And now, finally, that moment had arrived. First step done. Now don't mess up, Ray. Ash thought as he silently turned and disappeared back into his room. Meanwhile, inside Ray's room, Ray sat completely still, staring at the documents in his hands with a shocked expression. He hadn't expected this. There were around 300 names on the list, each one accompanied by a photo. It wasn't just students or outsiders. No, the list included staff members, workers, even professors. People he saw every day. What is this? His thoughts were spinning. He couldn't make sense of it at first, but then something else slipped out from the bundle of documents. A small note. It fluttered to the floor, landing softly at his feet. Ray picked it up slowly and began to read the message written on it. These are the names of all the demons present inside the academy, who are in disguise as humans. It's better to inform the principal and have them killed quietly. If you're wondering whether the information is true, just ask the principal to check with one of them. But don't make any noise, otherwise they might escape. Yours truly, Unknown. I haven't decided a name for myself yet, so I'll be using this for the time being. Ray stared at the note for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a small chuckle. And then another. And then he laughed harder, louder, like he couldn't stop himself. Ha ha, ha ha, ah ha ha. He leaned back, the laugh echoing around the room with a strange mix of disbelief and awe. Watching this reaction from within Ray's consciousness, Etheris spoke with concern. It's true. There really is someone out there calling themselves Unknown, who somehow knows everything about you. Ray grinned and muttered softly, Didn't I already tell you? He's real. Yeah, fine. But now where are you going? To inform Master, of course. Why? Why aren't you trying to kill them yourself? You hate demons, don't you? Isn't this your chance? Ray stood still for a moment, thinking deeply. His voice was calm, but there was a weight to it when he finally replied. Yes, I do. I probably hate them more than anyone else. His tone was steady, but his eyes were serious. But tell me, who is Unknown? How could I possibly know that? I mean, he was the one who dealt with the demons back when we were unconscious, right? Yes, he was. That means, if Unknown is asking me to go inform the Master instead of handling it himself, then there are only a few possible reasons. Ray's tone became more thoughtful now, his mind moving quickly. Either he's too weak to deal with it himself, or he doesn't want to risk exposing himself, but we already know he's strong. Crazy strong. So if even he can't take them all out silently, then I definitely can't. Not yet. He paused, holding up the note again. Look at this line here. Don't make noise or they might escape. That means even he is being cautious. This isn't some half-baked plan. Ray's voice lowered, full of quiet understanding. If he can't get rid of them silently, then what makes you think I could? I'm still weak. Nowhere near strong enough to pull that off. I'm not ready for that yet. But I'll get there. I'll keep growing until I am strong enough to fight them all myself. He began walking toward the door again, the packet tucked under his arm. I'm going to inform Master about this. Because I've also realized something. Ray looked up, as if speaking not just to Etheris, but to himself. Unknown only ever shows up when demons are involved. I don't know if that's just coincidence or something deeper, but for now, I'm going to trust my instinct. I'm going to follow my heart. Hearing Ray's words, Etheris fell silent for a moment, and then thought to himself quietly, I don't know who Unknown really is, but what I do know is that ever since this mysterious figure appeared, Ray has been growing at a terrifying pace, both in strength and in clarity. That night, after Ray handed over the entire list to Principal Nicole, a silent storm passed through the academy. Every demon on that list was hunted down and eliminated before sunrise. Not a single one escaped, and not a single soul noticed it. That one night proved it all. The demons were truly inside the academy. That the threat had been real. And just as importantly, it proved something else. Unknown was no outsider. He was someone inside the academy. And now, both the Saints and Ray knew it too. Chapter 96. Whispers. I can't believe the demons were hiding inside the academy this whole time, and we weren't even able to sense a single one of them. Nicole muttered under his breath, disbelief and frustration lacing his voice. No one responded to his quiet muttering. The room was heavy with silence. Did you find out how they were hiding their energy? Nicole asked, his gaze shifting towards Alice, who was crouched beside the corpse of one of the slain demons, inspecting it with calm precision. All the other saints had already returned to their duties. Only Alice remained. Because of her mana contract with Ash to protect Alicia, she had no choice but to stay. Though in this situation it worked out in Nicole's favor. Alice was one of the best when it came to investigations and deciphering magic anomalies. "I'm not exactly sure how they did it," Alice said, annoyance flickering in her voice as she continued examining the corpse. "You should have kept at least 2 or 3 of them alive for proper research." Hearing that, Nicole coughed awkwardly and looked away. Back when Ray had first handed over the list, Nicole hadn't wasted time. He trusted Ray's words and decided to confirm it himself. He had cornered one of the demons from the list, and in desperation to survive, the creature revealed its true energy. That moment was enough. The sight of a demon walking among the students and staff shattered the last of Nicole's composure. As the principal, he lost his cool completely and wiped out every single demon on the list without hesitation. "I can't admit I lost my temper." Alice didn't press the issue. Instead, she asked with a curious tone, "So, how exactly did your disciple even find out about them in the first place?" Nicole's expression turned serious again. According to him, he found the documents placed right outside his door when he returned from his evening training session. "Did you check the CCTV footage?" Alice asked without looking up. "Who do you think I am?" Nicole snorted. "Of course I did. I checked every angle, every second of the footage. There was absolutely nothing. The only thing caught on camera was a small magical cat, the kind often used for deliveries. It was a simple spell scroll," he added. "You can buy one from the store at a high price. He must have used that." Hearing that, the two of them fell silent for a moment, letting the weight of the situation settle in. "We were already speculating that unknown might be someone from within the academy," Nicole muttered, his eyes narrowing slightly. "But now, with this revelation, it's confirmed. But don't you think this unknown person is suspicious?" Alice eventually broke the silence. "He told us exactly where the demons were hiding. What could his real motive be?" She narrowed her eyes, deep in thought. "There's also a possibility," Nicole responded, picking up on her trail of thought, "that he deliberately turned our attention towards the demons within the academy, so we'd lower our guard against the threat outside. Then, while we're distracted, he might strike." He leaned back slightly, arms folded, trying to reason it out aloud. "I'm honestly not sure how you even became the principal with that kind of mindset." Alice shot back, unimpressed. "All you know is how to swing a sword around. You're hopeless when it comes to subtlety." "What did you just?" Nicole flared up, but before he could get a full sentence out, Alice cut him off and changed the subject. "What you said doesn't make sense. If his goal was a surprise attack, he wouldn't have needed to alert us at all. We were already completely unaware of the demon's presence inside the academy. If he wanted, they could have attacked any time, and we wouldn't have seen it coming." Nicole blinked, thinking it over. Her point made too much sense to ignore. "From what I can deduce," Alice continued calmly, her fingers tracing the runes carved into the demon's skin, "his true goal was likely to sever the demon's information network from the inside, to eliminate any internal threats hiding within the academy, and in doing so, delay whatever plans they had set in motion." She paused for a moment, then murmured softly, "But why would he want that?" Even Nicole, who had been so sure of himself, couldn't answer that. He turned to glance out the window, watching as the first light of dawn crept across the horizon. The rising sun bathed the academy grounds in a warm, golden hue. "Why indeed?" he echoed thoughtfully, his voice quieter now. But just as the calm settled over him, another troubling thought began to creep in. The academy's going to descend into chaos again. Even though no one saw the demons with their own eyes, 300 people suddenly disappearing in one night, along with the echoes of blood-curdling screams, won't be easy to cover up. Ha! Just thinking about the mess it'll create gives me a headache. The morning sun rose like any other day, casting a soft golden hue over the stone paths and grand towers of Starlight Academy. Birds chirped faintly in the trees, and the manna-laced wind rustled the leaves in a gentle dance. Yet something about the air felt strangely off, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The usual chatter that echoed through the dining hall during breakfast was missing. In its place were hushed whispers, cautious glances, and heavy silences that filled the space where laughter once lived. Every student walked a little slower than usual, their eyes scanning the surroundings, as if expecting something, or someone, to leap out of the shadows. "I swear I heard something last night," a boy whispered to a small group of first-years seated at the far table. His voice was quiet but urgent, barely above a breath. Screams, not just one. It sounded like a bunch of people screaming all at once. And then it just stopped, like someone cut the world to silence. "Don't say things like that, Li Wen," another student replied, wrapping her arms tightly around herself as if trying to protect what little warmth she still had. "I barely slept. It felt like someone was watching me the entire night from my window. I couldn't even close my eyes without feeling like something was standing there." "You're not imagining it," a third girl said, her voice trembling slightly. "There were bloodstains near the training hall. I saw them. They tried to clean them up this morning, but I got there early for mana practice, and I saw it." "What the hell is going on in this academy?" someone nearby murmured, almost afraid to voice the question. And that fear wasn't isolated. All around the academy, similar whispers echoed. Words carried through the halls like drifting smoke. Words laced with fear, confusion, and speculation. "I think there's a ghost roaming the academy. Did you hear? Some of the teachers vanished overnight. They say the screams came from the East Wing. Something strange is definitely happening here. What if the demons attacked again?
I'm scared.
I don't want to be here anymore. I'm going home. I don't care what they say." Listening to the murmurs around her, Amelia exhaled softly, her gaze steady yet thoughtful as she took in the air of unease. The entire academy is drowning in fear. Wherever her eyes wandered, she could see it clearly. Fear blooming in every glance, every hushed conversation, every hesitant step. She tried to push it aside, even if just for a moment. Her mind drifted elsewhere. "The dream I saw, it was real, but the reality I woke up to was different." She had expected chaos, fire, and death, a battlefield drenched in despair. But somehow, that nightmare didn't come true. The academy remained standing. Peace had returned, at least on the surface. If she didn't count what happened to Alicia, everything else had gone strangely quiet. St. Alice mentioned that someone had been sent to retrieve the medicine for her. She didn't say when it would arrive, though, and from her tone, it felt like she was hiding something. "No, it's fine. Let's leave it be. Everything will work out. Eventually." Ever since that dream, the one she couldn't forget, she hadn't had any more visions. Sleep came empty and quiet, yet something inside her had changed. After surviving the demon attacks, something deep within had awakened. She could feel it, a strange awareness. Was this my fate ability finally awakening? She didn't know why or how, but a part of her believed it had something to do with her survival. Maybe because she was meant to die that day. And yet she lived, as if fate had been rewritten. I was supposed to die. I saw it in my dream, but the future shifted. And there's only one person I can think of who could have caused it. The anomaly, the one Grandpa sent me to find. But even now, she wasn't sure whether she should tell her grandfather about it. The only thing that was different from my dream was Alicia and Ash. Alicia is still injured, so she couldn't have done it. That leaves only Ash. He's the only one who could have changed the outcome. But, should I really tell Grandpa? She wasn't sure. She remembered how hard Ash had fought to protect everyone. Even though she had lost consciousness and most people believed it was the mysterious unknown who had saved them, Amelia held a different belief. In her heart, she was sure it was Ash. He was the one who saved them, not some nameless shadow. But she had no proof. Nothing she could use to confirm it. Only a quiet certainty that lived in her gut. Sigh, I'll confirm it first. If I'm sure. Just as she was about to complete her thought, her gaze drifted toward the academy gates. That's when she saw him. He was walking toward the academy's exit, his figure steady and silent against the backdrop of the courtyard. Where is he going? Normally, she wouldn't have given it a second thought. But, after the demon incident, the academy had announced a 1-month break, allowing students to return to their homes to recover. Only those who had families waiting for them were permitted to leave. But Ash was an orphan. That thought alone made her curiosity spike. If he has no home to return to, then why is he leaving the academy? With that question burning in her mind, she quietly followed, careful not to be seen. But as she got near him, she saw something she never expected. And in that moment, all her questions only grew heavier. Chapter 97. Traveling to New Continent. As soon as she got close to him, Amelia froze for a moment, her breath catching in her throat. For the first time since meeting him, she could actually see emotions radiating around Ash. Until now, he had always been surrounded by that strange void, an empty stillness where no emotions could be felt, as if he existed beyond the grasp of feelings. But today, that void had cracks in it. From those tiny fractures, emotions were leaking out, slowly and silently, like a thin mist of gas seeping through a shattered container. His entire body was still cloaked in that suffocating void, but the cracks revealed something he had always kept hidden. 2 emotions stood out the most, almost overwhelming in their presence. Anger and sadness. They pulsed with a deep, intense color, raw and unresolved. Compared to them, the other emotions she barely picked up on, like a faint sense of excitement or a fleeting relief, were so tiny they felt like mere droplets in an ocean of rage. What happened to him? What changed inside him? She wondered, her gaze fixed on the emotional haze that danced just beneath his skin. She wondered, unable to stop the thought from echoing in her mind. She had always believed that Ash was special, and that was why she could never see his emotions clearly. But now, looking at this scene, she realized it might not have been because she couldn't see them. It might have been because he had been suppressing them all along, hiding everything so deep that nothing could escape. Was he not emotionless? Was he simply burying everything deep inside, compressing his feelings so tightly that no one could see them? There was also the possibility that she had grown stronger, that her ability to sense emotions had evolved, and that was why she was able to perceive what had been invisible before. But that thought faded from her mind almost immediately, pushed aside by the urgency to speak with him. She took a deep breath and stepped forward. "Ash," she called softly, her voice filled with curiosity and a hint of worry. He stopped at once and turned to look at her. As always, his face was completely unreadable, calm, neutral, almost like a statue carved from stone. But today, something felt different, even if it wasn't obvious at first glance. He was dressed casually, wearing a black and blue Hawaiian-style shirt under a light gray jacket, paired with fitted black pants. The colors suited him, making him stand out effortlessly. No matter which angle someone looked at him from, he looked striking. His presence naturally drew attention, and as if to confirm it, several nearby female students, and even a few staff members, were staring at him in a daze as if enchanted. "Where are you going?" she asked gently as she walked up beside him. In truth, even she found herself affected by his appearance. His aura had a gravity to it, like a quiet force that drew others in. But unlike the others, she did her best to suppress that feeling and not let it show on her face. "I'll be leaving the academy for a while. I've received permission," he replied in a short, almost mechanical tone. I see," she murmured, not sure what else to say. Before the incident, she would have teased him a little, just to try and provoke some kind of emotional response. But now, something in her heart told her not to. Not this time. After a moment of hesitation, she gathered her thoughts and finally spoke. I just wanted to say thank you." "For what?" he asked simply, his tone unchanged. "For, saving me. Saving all of us from the demons that night." The words stumbled out of her mouth before she could stop them. It wasn't the most graceful way to say it, but she meant every word. Part of her also wanted to see how he would respond, to know if he would show even the slightest flicker of emotion at the mention of that night. Ash went quiet for a moment. Then, slowly, he looked directly into her eyes. She met his gaze, and for a brief second, it felt like time stopped. His eyes, they were so cold, so still, that it felt like they could freeze her very thoughts. But beneath that icy surface, she sensed something shifting, something deep and buried trying to break through. After what felt like a long silence, he finally answered. I just did what I could, what was within my power. There's no need to thank me for that. And besides, he paused for a moment before continuing. It wasn't me who saved you all. I lost consciousness too, just like the others. I have no idea who actually saved us. His voice was steady, but there was something in the way he said it, a distance, a wall. Hearing his reply, Amelia's shoulders sank slightly. She lowered her gaze and muttered under her breath. I see. I'll be going now, Ash said, already beginning to turn around. See you soon. Amelia hesitated, pressing her lips together as if she wanted to say something more, but the words wouldn't come. So she simply let out a quiet sigh and turned in the opposite direction. All right then. See you soon. Meanwhile, as Ash walked toward the academy gates, two pairs of eyes were silently watching him go. One belonged to Melissa. She knew he was leaving today, but she didn't go to see him off. She was afraid that if she did, she might end up showing him a side of herself she didn't want him to see. An embarrassing, vulnerable side. So she chose to stay back and quietly watch from a distance. Be safe, she prayed silently in her heart. And the other pair of eyes belonged to Elva, the vice principal of the academy. From atop the academy's roof, she stood watching Ash walk away into the distance, her expression unreadable.
Elva Kvilpov.
When she heard from the unconscious students that Ash had fought toe-to-toe with a demon, one who was using high-level magic and deadly curses, and had even been overpowering him because the demon's curses weren't working on Ash at all, Elva was shocked. But not entirely, because deep down, she had always felt that Ash was different. Not in some flashy or obvious way, but in a quiet, unsettling kind of way. There was always something strange about him, something that didn't quite fit the mold. And yet, no matter how much she observed, she could never put her finger on exactly what it was. Even during her classes, he would constantly surprise her. No matter what kind of question she asked, whether it was pulled straight from the academy textbooks or something more obscure, Ash would answer it with calm confidence and accuracy, as if the knowledge had already been resting somewhere inside him, just waiting to be spoken out loud. Even in sparring classes, where physical skill mattered more than knowledge, his technique and movements were sharper than many of the close-range fighter students. For someone who supposedly had low potential, he moved like someone born for battle. And when it came to other theoretical subjects like dungeon survival, war strategy, and beast anatomy, he absorbed information like a dry sponge soaking up water. No matter how fast the lessons went or how complex the topics were, he never once fell behind. He remembered everything, even the little details that most students overlooked. Elva had always been confident in her decision to place him in Class 1S. Elva had always believed her decision to place him in Class 1S was the right one. Many had doubted her back then, but after seeing his progress and results, no one could question her judgment anymore. The only regret was that his potential ranking was painfully low. If only that wasn't the case. He might have become someone comparable to Ray, perhaps even someone greater. I heard he's leaving the academy, going to the elves to ask them to heal Alicia. She had learned the full story from the principal. And even though she had come to expect unusual things from Ash, hearing about what he did, how he directly confronted the elven saints, left her speechless. But what truly shook her wasn't Ash's boldness. It was the saints' response. They had allowed it, allowed a student to walk toward what could only be described as certain death. When she asked the principal why they hadn't stopped him, he answered in his usual cryptic tone. It's the path he has chosen. Who are we to interfere? If he doesn't return, then so be it. Who in this academy would even mourn him? But if he does return, he paused and then, with a cold finality, added, Then I will personally fire every staff member responsible for checking potentials during the entrance exam. Elva didn't know how to respond to that. But as she stood there, quietly watching Ash's back as he walked toward the gates, a bitter feeling stirred in her chest, a mix of helplessness and guilt, because she knew there was nothing she could do to stop him now. It was also hard to believe he was doing all this for a girl. And not just any girl, Alicia. She didn't know what to make of it. There were no words that felt right. So, in the end, she said nothing. She just stood still, her eyes quietly following him as he disappeared into the distance. As Ash walked away from the academy gates, his clothes fluttered in the wind and the weight of silence settling on his shoulders. He slowly lifted his hand and whispered under his breath, "Status." A transparent blue window appeared in front of him with a soft flicker. Status. Name Ashburn. Race human. Age 12. Class magic swordsman. Unique. Rank novice. F rank. 89%. Affinity lightning life. Attributes. Strength 171. Agility 171. Vitality 171. Intelligence 171. Stamina 171. Charm 171.
Mana 171, X2.
Traits. Codex of Creation, F rank. Primordial Core, incomplete. Rank dash. Skills. Omni-thought. Runes. Rune of Stability. Rune of Knowledge. Rune of Life. Rune of Balance. Rune of Concealment. His eyes scanned the numbers in silence. His stats had increased drastically, and he knew the reason why. The countless times his body had been destroyed and healed again during the battle had pushed his body beyond limits. Being forced into a core overload state had strained every muscle and bone in his body, but it had also tempered him. Of course, he knew this kind of improvement came at a price. This wasn't natural development, this was forced and brutal one. In the long run, it could end up hurting his body more than helping it. But even so, Ash couldn't help but feel grateful for even a tiny bit of increase. Just 29 more stat points. Then I can begin. He muttered to himself as his gaze lingered on the numbers glowing faintly in the air. For the plan he had in mind, reaching the next rank was necessary. He didn't have the luxury of time. Every second wasted brought him closer to failure. Because his destination wasn't some peaceful city or hidden temple. It was the Dragon Continent. The place where monsters were born and legends were buried. Just wait a little longer, Alicia, I will come back. End of Volume 1 Transmigration. Chapter 98. Crazy Dragons. Roar! These dragons are seriously crazy. Completely out of their minds. Boom! Just then, a massive explosion rocked the ground behind him, sending a shockwave that nearly knocked Ash flat on his face. Dirt flew everywhere, and he stumbled, coughing as he scrambled to his feet and started running like his life depended on it, because it really, really did. I swear. You lizards. Leave me alone or I'm gonna cook you all into stew. I'll turn your whole clan into freaking burnt chicken. His bold declaration echoed through the valley, only to be answered by a thunderous roar and a blazing burst of dragon fire. Roar! Boom! These damn lizards. I swear. Why the hell did I steal that egg? What was I thinking? Am I stupid? I am definitely stupid. Oh my life. Suddenly, a voice thundered from above like a broken loudspeaker. Make sure that thief does not escape. Ash barely had time to react as more dragons swooped down from the sky, their wings slicing through the clouds like blades, eyes glowing like they were all on a revenge arc. Oh, come on. That was one egg. Just one. You guys have hundreds. You could have at least put up a sign or something. But his desperate whining didn't help. The dragons only roared louder, fire building in their throats as they dived straight for him. Ash ducked behind a rock, his heart hammering like a war drum. I am losing it. I am losing my damn mind. These long-tailed, overgrown turkeys are chasing me for days, like I stole their bank password. Another fireball exploded a tree nearby, sending flaming splinters flying past his ear. He yelped and rolled over the ground, slapping at sparks on his sleeve. I didn't break the egg. I kept it safe. It's still warm and nestled in my bag. I'm a responsible thief, okay?
Boom!
You idiots! The dragons clearly didn't care about his speech on proper stolen egg etiquette. They answered with more fire. Ash kept running, flailing like a madman, his eyes wide with panic and regret. If I somehow survive this, I am never stealing dragon eggs again. I swear. Okay, maybe I'll think twice. Depends on the egg. And if you're wondering how Ash ended up in this absolute disaster of a situation, well, let's go back to the day he left the academy. In the world of Acumia, the 4 continents were connected by a vast landmass, allowing travel from one end to another without much difficulty. For those who wanted faster transportation, warp gates and travel portals were available and commonly used. However, the Dragon Continent was a different story altogether. Unlike the other 4 continents, which were all joined together, the Dragon Continent was an isolated landmass surrounded entirely by the sea, resting alone in the heart of the ocean. Its very location made it difficult to reach, and unlike other places, there was no shortcut. If someone wished to go there, they had to travel by ship. No portals existed because the dragons, in their pride and arrogance, had forbidden the formation of any kind of spatial gate on their land. Not only that, but they had outright banned all other species from stepping onto their sacred island. The dragons were just that unreasonable, proud to a fault and fiercely territorial. 3 weeks had passed since he left the academy. Now, Ash found himself in the middle of the endless sea, aboard a ship bound for the Dragon Continent. I can't wait to learn the dragon tongue, he thought, a spark of anticipation in his eyes. At the moment, he was seated inside his room, a thick book open in his lap. It was filled with his handwritten notes and personal theories regarding runic magic. During these 3 long weeks at sea, Ash had poured his time into research, hoping to understand the nature of this complex art. According to his observations, runic magic didn't require any incantation to activate. It reminded him of both elven and dragon magic in its structure and feeling. Though more complicated than human magic, it held greater power and potential. In Ash's opinion, humans were using runic magic by simply imitating runes, shaping them into array and formations. He didn't know exactly how elven or dragon magic worked, but something inside told him this journey would bring him closer to the truth. Thanks to the rune of knowledge, he could understand any language, even the dragon tongue. But understanding a language and being able to speak it were 2 very different things. That's why he wanted to truly learn the dragon tongue during this visit. If possible. Just a few more days now. According to the captain, their ship would soon reach an island situated near the Dragon Continent. This island was large enough to serve as a supply base but remained far from the actual continent. That was intentional, of course, because getting too close to the dragon's territory was nothing short of suicidal. We can't get any closer to the continent, or the dragons will probably kill us all. Dragons didn't tolerate visitors. Unless someone had a valid reason and an invitation directly from them, no ship would ever be allowed to pass through the restricted waters. Despite this, the Dragon Continent was considered a land of treasures, known for its incredibly high density of mana. The mana saturation in that region was so rich that herbs and ores found there were far superior to those on the normal landmasses. They were rare and of the highest quality, priceless in the eyes of alchemists and blacksmiths alike. Because of that, humans, elves, and even dwarves often attempted to sneak into the Dragon Continent just to steal those valuable resources. And if you're wondering why the dragons didn't simply stop them, the answer was surprisingly simple. Those lazy lizards spend half their lives sleeping, Ash thought, lips twitching. Instead of guarding their land themselves, the ancient dragons left security duties to the younger and weaker dragons. But even with this lax system, no one dared to make a mess or cause trouble once they set foot on the island, because they all knew the consequences. If they woke up even a single sleeping dragon by accident, their fates would be sealed. There was no place to run. The ocean stretched endlessly around them, and while humans had ships, dragons had wings. One could never hope to escape. You could say that Ash was incredibly lucky. Had he arrived even a day later, he might not have found this particular ship making the trip from the human continent to the dragon continent. These voyages were rare and usually unannounced, operating mostly through underground deals. Although, I had to pay a ridiculous amount of money and search through the entire black market just to find this ship. He clicked his tongue softly, recalling the headache-inducing effort it took. As he stood up and walked towards the window of his cabin, he glanced out at the deck. There were around 50 people on board, including himself. Some of them were dedicated sailors, working diligently to keep the ship steady and on course. A few stood near the edge of the railings, scanning the horizon with sharp eyes, on the lookout for sea monsters or storms. Others were resting in the shade or below deck, taking a well-earned break from their shifts. The ship itself was an advanced vessel, powered by a fusion of magic and technology. It glowed faintly with mana circuits engraved across its body, keeping it steady on the ever-shifting waves. A rotating core thrummed at its center, acting like a beating heart that powered the sails and shielded the vessel from sea monsters. Inside, the cabins were lit with soft glow stones that never dimmed, and a self-sustaining water filtration system ensured endless clean drinking water for long voyages. This wasn't an ordinary ship. It was a high-tech vessel designed specifically for long, dangerous journeys in magical waters. Ash, ever cautious, had chosen to travel under a different identity, the one known as Unknown. So, naturally, he dressed the part. He wore a full black outfit, his silvery white hair now dyed pitch black. His face remained hidden behind an expressionless white mask that gave off an eerie, cold feeling. On his left ear, a white earring hung silently. It was Eclipse, his sword, sealed in earring form. Just a few more days. Even during the journey at sea, Ash had wasted no time. He had already memorized half the Academy's library. Of course, memorizing and understanding were two different things. His routine was strict and disciplined. Each day, he channeled mana into his training suit to increase its weight, making every movement more taxing. He would then proceed to go through intense physical training, followed by sword practice until his limbs were sore. Afterward, he would sit down and meditate, comprehending everything he had memorized from the library, whether it was related to magic theories or sword techniques. That was how he spent most of his time at sea. And without a doubt, his understanding of both swordsmanship and magic had grown significantly. Recently, aside from runic magic, he had begun working on mana-breathing techniques. The Academy had plenty of these, but most were either tailored for mages or swordsmen individually. Ash was trying to combine the two systems, one that could work for a magic swordsman like himself. But it was far more difficult than he had expected. The flow, the rhythm, and the internal balance, it just didn't click yet. Just as he was lost in thought, a knock echoed through his cabin. Knock! Chapter 99. Unexpected Bond. Knock! Hearing the sound, Ash calmly closed the thick notebook in his lap and placed it back into his space ring. With a small breath, he stood up and made his way to the door, opening it without much thought. Lunch is ready, came the short notice from one of the sailors. A man in a sleeveless vest with a thick beard and tanned skin from working under the sun all day. He didn't wait for a reply and simply turned around, walking off with practice steps. Ash gave a silent nod in return, then stepped outside into the salty sea air. After walking for a bit across the wooden deck, passing sailors busy with their own tasks, he reached the ship's dining area, a broad open space near the lower center of the vessel. The scent of freshly cooked food hung warmly in the air, mixed with laughter and the occasional clang of dishes. Dozens of sailors were already there, gathered around wooden tables bolted into the floor to keep them stable on the rocking ship. Some were laughing heartily, others deep in conversation. A few were drinking from large mugs, enjoying the rare moment of rest, while others focused more on piling food onto their plates like it was a contest. The atmosphere was loud but relaxed, comfortable in a way that only came from shared hardship and trust on long journeys. As Ash stepped into the area, a familiar voice rang out.
Oi!
Knox! Over here! Slowpoke, shouted Jaren, the grinning, tan-skinned sailor with wild brown hair that never stayed tied. He raised a hand and waved Ash over like they were old friends meeting again. He finally shows up. Thought maybe he fell into his books again, added Lena, a tall, toned woman with a black ponytail and sleeves rolled high, who sat at the far end of the table. He probably got lost again on the way here. Short legs take longer, don't they? Smirked Torin, a lanky guy with a resting sleepy face and a quiet laugh that always followed his jokes. Be nice, chuckled Rek, the oldest of the group, a broad-shouldered man with graying temples and a voice like distant thunder. Maybe he was just meditating on the mysteries of lunch. Hearing their familiar voices and the teasing tone, a faint smile tugged at Ash's lips, but unfortunately it was hidden by his mask, so no one saw it. Nox, that was the alias he had chosen for this journey, a name that carried no past and no expectations. The group calling out to him was a small gang of 4 sailors who had, over the past few weeks, become strangely comfortable around him. While most people on the ship preferred to keep their distance, wary of the masked figure who rarely spoke and never showed his face, but these 4 never judged him. They didn't ask intrusive questions or mock his quiet presence. Instead, they spoke to him like he was just another traveler on the same road. They didn't need a reason. They simply accepted his presence. To Ash, it was new. If it had been the previous version of him, the one who kept everyone at arm's length, he would have avoided them without a second thought. But after being nagged by Alicia, who insisted that there was no harm in opening up just a little to those who showed genuine effort, he decided to try. And unintentionally, he had ended up forming a quiet bond with them. The 4 of them were all in their mid-20s, and since Ash's soul was around the same age, even though his body was younger, they somehow matched his pace and energy. Felt natural, though his short height did become the target of occasional teasing. As he sat down beside them, Torin nudged his elbow. Hey, Nox, he whispered. Be honest. Are you secretly a tiny old man in disguise? Ash tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion. I could say the same about you, except the tiny part. Lena laughed, nearly choking on her drink. He got you there, Torin. Jaren leaned in and smirked. I don't know, though. You've got that mysterious lone wolf vibe, but every time you sit with us, it feels like a kid hanging out with the grown-ups. Rek chuckled, shaking his head. Leave him be. At least he doesn't talk nonsense like the rest of you. I'll take that as a compliment, Ash muttered dryly. They all shared a laugh, the kind that came easily when there was no judgment in the air. As the meal continued, they swapped stories from previous voyages. Rek told one about outrunning a sea storm near the Emerald Line, while Lena claimed she once caught a fish bigger than Torin. Torin denied it with exaggerated horror, saying, If it was that big, why didn't you marry it? Ash didn't say much, but he listened. After all, he although sat with them but never ate because of his mask. He chuckled at their jokes, and when asked, he gave his opinions, short but thoughtful, earning a few approving nods from the group. It was simple, just people eating and talking and being human. And after their meal was done, Ash stood up with a polite nod, excused himself quietly, and left with food in his hand which he will eat alone later. As always, he returned to his room to train. He spent hours researching his breathing techniques, pushing his mana control to the limit. He then switched to sword drills, swinging endlessly in silence, focusing on each motion until they burned into his muscles. He didn't waste a single moment. And just like that, a few more days passed by on the vast, open sea, until he reached the island near Dragon Continent. It's big, Ash thought as his boots sank into the warm sand, a soft crunch following each step. The salty breeze brushed past his face, carrying the scent of seawater and something faintly sweet, like blooming tropical flowers hiding somewhere in the undergrowth. Waves rolled gently onto the shore, white foam hissing across the golden beach. Seagulls cried overhead, wheeling in lazy circles under the clear, sunlit sky. Palm trees swayed near the edge of the jungle, casting long shadows over driftwood and half-buried rocks. He had expected a tiny island, something hidden and cramped. But this This was huge. And when he turned to the left, his eyes widened further. Across a shimmering stretch of sea, a vast landmass stretched beyond the horizon. Jagged mountains, lush green ridges, and thick mist rising from dense forests painted a wild and intimidating silhouette. The Dragon Continent. And the island he now stood on, the supposed hidden human base, was positioned dangerously close to it. So much for hidden. Ash scoffed with his hands in his pocket. Then his gaze shifted slightly. Of course, it'd be this big, he thought dryly, staring across the large landmass which was the starting of Dragon Continent. Behind him, the rest of the crew had started stepping off the ship. Rex stretched his arms overhead with a content sigh. No matter how many times I come here, the vibe is kinda immaculate. It's true, Lena agreed, smiling faintly as she tucked her sun-kissed hair behind her ear. Almost makes you forget where we are. Ash took in the wooden buildings that dotted the island, rustic and minimalist. Nothing permanent, just enough to sleep, train, and run if dragons ever woke. Probably on purpose. You didn't pour gold into a place that could be turned into ash overnight. There were already 100 or so humans scattered around the area. With their group of 50 added in, the number climbed to 150. But to Ash, it didn't look like a military outpost. It felt more like a quiet coastal village. Just then, a hand dropped around Ash's shoulder. "Hey, Nox." Torin's voice dropped into a mischievous whisper. "Be honest, are you a virgin?" Ash froze mid-step. His thoughts short-circuited. Was he? Technically, in his last life, no. But in this one, in this 12-year-old body, definitely. He didn't respond. Torin's grin only widened. No answer? That's a yes. Smack. Ahawa. Torin screamed as Jaren slapped his back like he was trying to knock the sin out of him. "Dumbass," Jaren said with a roll of his eyes. "Can you not be weird for 5 minutes?" Ash blinked in shock. Torin stumbled forward, groaning dramatically before shouting, "I just wanted Tio introduce him Tio a brothel if he was a virgin. Okay?" Half the nearby beach turned to look. Ash's face went blank. Lena burst out laughing so hard she nearly doubled over. Rek choked. "Torin, oh my God. I was doing the world a favor," Torin declared proudly, wiping fake tears from his eyes. "We all need mentors, all right?" Ash quietly stepped away from him like he didn't know the man. Jaren clapped Ash on the shoulder, smirking. "Don't worry, he's got the brain of a lizard. Most of us stopped being surprised years ago." Ash gave a tired nod. "Thanks, I think." As they walked deeper into the settlement, Jaren casually added, "Oh, by the way, did you know this island has a portal?" Ash's steps paused for half a second. P-portal? His mind immediately leapt into alert mode. But wasn't building a portal on Dragon Continent strictly banned? He asked.
Jaren schrukt, unfeest.
Technically, this isn't the continent. The island's closed but still offshore. Plus, the portal's inactive. It's only here for emergencies, like if the dragons wake up. Then we've got a quick escape. Hearing that, Ash felt the tension in his shoulders ease a little. The logic made sense now why this place was big, temporary, and yet openly built. Still, he tilted his head, another question forming. So, how long would it take to evacuate everyone through the portal? Rek cleared his throat and stepped in like a scholar answering a test question. Well, from what I've heard, the portal takes 5 minutes to activate. Then it can handle one person every 10 seconds. With 150 people here, that's 1,500 seconds, or about 25 minutes. Add the startup time and you're looking at roughly 30 minutes total. Silence. Everyone turned to stare at Rek. Torin blinked. Dude, what are you, a calculator? Lena burst into laughter. Did you practice that in front of a mirror or something?
Jaren wisselt.
All right, math wizard. Next time I need help with taxes, I know who to call. Ash gave a small huff of amusement, lowering his eyes with a quiet grin. Rek's cheeks colored a bit, but he laughed with the rest of them. 30 minutes. Huh. Ash thought as they continued walking. Just enough time to flee, or to be caught depending on how fast the dragons woke. Chapter 100. Dragon Continent 1. As Ash moved along with the others, his face remained as expressionless as ever, concealed behind the white mask he always wore. But strangely enough, the way he spoke often made people believe he was actually showing emotions. It wasn't something he had planned consciously, just a trick his body seemed to develop on its own. Sometimes, his voice would come out soft and slow, laced with a faint sweetness that hinted at hidden warmth. Other times, it would be slightly deeper, rougher, filled with weight or sharpness depending on the situation. This unintentional variation in tone created an illusion, one that made others imagine he was reacting to what they said or did, even when he wasn't. And since his face remained hidden beneath the mask, nobody could tell if he was actually feeling anything at all. So they filled in the blanks themselves. They assumed his silence meant shyness, his soft replies meant amusement, or his sharp words meant irritation. But the truth was far from that. Ash hadn't forgotten why he had come here. There were two things he needed to accomplish, both equally important. First, he had to reach the marked location on the map. That place was crucial for his growth. If he could reach it and complete what needed to be done there, he would be able to rank up. That was the first step. Without that strength, the rest of his plans would remain nothing more than distant dreams. Second, he needed to find and collect that rune. If he could obtain it, then maybe, just maybe, he could gain the power needed to sneak into the Elven lands. It was an impossible task for most, but with that rune, he believed he might have a chance. And once inside, he would find a way to learn life magic, even if he had to do it in secret. That was the real reason he had come here. He hadn't come here to make bonds. He had come here to save Alicia. 3 weeks have already passed. I just hope everything goes according to plan, Ash thought to himself as he quietly followed the others towards the nearby inn. It was a simple place, built from old wood and stone, likely chosen so it could be abandoned quickly if needed. A warm orange light spilled from its windows, and the soft hum of voices and footsteps filled the air. Ash's steps were quiet, but far behind him, a pair of eyes remained locked on him, cold, distant, and sharp as blades. They watched his every move in silence. Mike. Yes, Captain. Keep an eye on that person. Understood, Captain. You can go ahead and ask. From the look on your face, it's obvious you've got something on your mind. Hearing his captain's calm yet pointed words, Mike cleared his throat awkwardly. His eyes flickered toward the figure walking a little distance away, the person completely dressed in black from head to toe, their face concealed beneath a smooth, white mask that gave away nothing. I just don't understand. Why exactly are we keeping an eye on him? Upon hearing the question, the captain didn't answer immediately. He remained still for a moment, letting the sea wind tug at the ends of his long coat, then finally responded in a thoughtful tone. It's not complicated. Tell me, who usually boards our ship? Mike didn't take long to answer. Well, most of the time it's black market workers. Sometimes there are adventurers, and every now and then we get a few alchemists or blacksmiths who are obsessed with collecting rare resources. And, Mike blinked, confused. Aren't those the only types of people who come here? Shaking his head slightly, Captain Jack let out a low chuckle before replying. There's another type too. They don't show up often, but they exist. I'm talking about the treasure hunters, the ones who come here chasing legends, old stories, and ancient fortunes. He looked out toward the sea as he continued, his voice carrying weight. You see, the Dragon Continent is home to countless ancient ruins and forgotten sites. If you read the history, you'd know that humans and dragons used to be quite close, almost like allies, and during that time they built many structures together. Some of those places still exist, buried or hidden, waiting to be uncovered. And there are people who risk everything just to find them. I get that, but isn't that his business, not ours? What does it matter to us why he's here? Mike asked, scratching his head in confusion. Captain Jack let out a short laugh and glanced at him, his expression a mix of amusement and warning. You're still a bit too naive, Mike. Let me ask you this. What do you think usually happens when someone enters an ancient ruin? Before Mike could respond, the captain answered his own question. There are only two outcomes. Either the person dies or they come out with something valuable, something powerful enough to shake the balance. And when that happens, there are consequences. You may not know, but there have been instances where entering certain ruins caused massive earthquakes. Earthquakes strong enough to shake this entire island. His eyes darkened as he added, and that's when the dragons wake up. Mike's face lost all color. Then. Yes, Jack nodded slowly. That's why I'm telling you to keep an eye on him. If he enters any ruin, I want you to report immediately. Inform everyone, and make sure nobody leaves the island. We may need to evacuate at a moment's notice depending on how things unfold. Mike hesitated for a moment, then asked, but wouldn't it be better to just stop him before he goes? If we prevent him from entering the ruins in the first place, wouldn't that solve the problem entirely? This time, Captain Jack fell quiet, his eyes narrowing slightly as he weighed his next words. We could stop him, yes, but the truth is, he paid a ridiculous amount of money to the black market to be brought here discreetly and without interference. You and I both know that if we break that agreement, even indirectly, our reputation will be destroyed. And once that trust is broken, our entire business will collapse. He sighed, then added with a hint of cynicism in his tone. Besides, the black market doesn't exactly operate on kindness and promises, but even they know better than to lose a paying customer. They value profit above all else. And there's another angle. What if he doesn't trigger anything? What if he just takes a single artifact and leaves the ruin before it fully activates or collapses? In most cases, ruins don't react violently unless they're completely explored or tampered with deeply. So, by following him, we can find the location of another ruin. And if he wants to leave, well, he'll have to take our ship again, right? A sly smile tugged at the corner of the captain's lips. At that point, we can just rob him blind. He looked back at Mike, his expression now serious again. Do you understand now why I want you to keep an eye on him? Not to stop him, just to watch and be ready. Yes, Captain, I understand. I'll keep a close watch. Good. Go on then. With a respectful nod, Mike turned and walked off, a newfound tension in his steps. Captain Jack remained where he was, arms folded as he stared into the distance. His gaze fixed on the mysterious figure in black. A golden goose has appeared, he thought with a low, amused chuckle. Still a distance away. Ash thought silently as his eyes traced the location marked on the holographic map. Even though he had read about the ancient ruins' position in the novel, he realized that deducing a place from written words and actually identifying its coordinates on a real map were two very different things. The difference between imagination and reality was often sharper than people assumed. If I leave now, I can probably reach the place in about 2 days. The location wasn't exactly far in terms of distance, but since it was deep within the mountainous region, Ash believed that just navigating through the terrain and finding the hidden entrance would take more time than expected. After all, ancient ruins were never left out in the open, waiting to be stumbled upon. I'm just glad I had this map. He exhaled softly, the weight of that thought lingering. But even now, one question kept echoing in his mind. Where exactly did Mirek get this map from? Ash didn't know. Novel never revealed anything about the map's origin. But what he did know for certain was that Mirek didn't want anyone else to get their hands on it. That's why, at the last moment, the man had tried to swallow the bead that contained the map. Unfortunately for him, Ash had already beheaded him before he could go through with it. If someone were to ask why Mirek didn't just destroy the bead to erase the map completely, the answer would be surprisingly simple. The durability of the bead is unnaturally strong. Ash had tried everything he could think of to destroy it. Crushing it, burning it, but the bead hadn't even cracked. Whatever material it was made of, it wasn't anything ordinary. Letting out a soft breath, Ash put the map inside his space ring and allowed his body to sink into the bed behind him. His arms spread out, his body sinking into the mattress. He stared at the ceiling with a tired expression. Because after today, Who knows when I'll get the chance to rest again.